The meeting of the Clear Creek County Board of County Commissioners is now in session. I'm calling the meeting to order. First on the agenda is public comment. Is there anyone in the room for public comment? Seeing none, is there anyone online, Megan?
If you are online and would like to provide a public comment, please raise your hand. No hands raised.
Okay, closing public comment. First on the agenda is a work session, which is an interview of Smokey Anderson for a vacancy on the Open Space Commission. Smokey, if you'd like to come and have a seat.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you for this consideration.
Do you want to introduce yourself? Give us your background and why you want to be back on the Open Space Commission.
Smokey Anderson, normally my name, pretty frequently called that, although it's Henry Nigel Anderson II. Born and raised here in Georgetown, fourth generation. The independent outdoor rep for 40 plus years. So that was my vocation. Then I have lived back in town. I came back in town in 77 and stayed here through today. Previously served on the Open Space Commission. Got a little too busy to maintain that, so I resigned that commission back in, I think, 22. So, but I would like to raise my hand again to come back on board and work towards the goals of the open space of preserving our natural habitats, our cultural habitats. And I feel that the Mountain Basin Project is a guiding force for all of us. So anyway, that's kind of a shorty.
That was good. Thank you. Colleagues, questions?
I can start. Hi, thank you for being
Good morning, George.
here. Couple things I want to get into. I think first, I'll just ask you, you've been off the Open Space Commission for a while. You were on there for a while. Can you describe the circumstances around why you left and what's changed and kind of what's left to do on the Open Space Commission?
Sure. As I said, I left, resigned the commission because I got busy, primarily to do with the family business and helping my older sisters maintain that business. With the passing of my older sister, Coralie, then my little sister Wendy and I have sold that business, at least the grocery part of the business and that building. So that relieves a lot of responsibility. I still have a fair amount of 140 years worth of dirt, dust, and collectibles in the hardware part. Anyway, the other one takes a great deal of it away, time. So I have a little bit of time. I also think that there's some good things that have been happening with the Open Space Commission with purchasing a number of properties or contributing to a number of properties, anywhere from the Silver Plume Mountain Project to 2 different times up there. The Douglas Mountain Project was a donation that I was involved in back then. And the other purchases in the Stevens Gulch. I just think those are a lot of properties that are well needed protection. And continuing with that, the Stevens project, those properties actually wrapped up over the top of Mount McClellan and start down into the Waldorf Basin. And I think the Waldorf Basin is one of those basins that's mentioned in the Mountain Basin Project and needs to be continued to do some protection up there. there's, I think there's still 120 plus mining claims in that area that need to may be acquired in one way or another. You can always ask for donations from these people for tax write-offs, but you know, where do you start? That's where I'd start.
Thank you. So that's kind of covers.
That covered
Some of the
most of what you
acquisition.
asked me.
Yeah, no, yeah, definitely. Some of the acquisition goals.
Yeah.
In terms of management and planning as a recommending body to this board, what do you think the Open Space Commission should be focusing on?
Oh, it's still it is that acquisitions that I think we'll have to do. I think we have to be responsible as far as what we purchase and how much it needs to be maintained and what those maintaining costs are, because as you're all aware, your budgets are shrinking so that we don't have that much more to spend. We have less to spend every year, so with our mill levy.
Thank you.
So a question that I have is right now, open space, I've been trying to work with them as the other board members on what it looks like, the management and the acquisition. How do you feel about the percentages, how they are, the 60-40, and would you want to change those?
That's a very interesting question. No, I think that 60-40 is, I think that's probably okay. I might ask for another mill levy or a half a mill levy or something like that in order to fund the pot a little more, but that's something to be discussed by a lot of people, so.
And then my second part of that is, as we go around to the open spaces and visit them, and I visit them on my own with NOCO Places. I'm the NOCO Places appointee for that. We've noticed a lot of things going on with open space, signs being backwards, signs missing. Sometimes the porta potties are sideways because of the wind, or how do you think open space could manage these properties better?
Well, I'm not sure exactly today how it is being managed. So I'm not totally, I know what it was back in my day in the latter days of my terms there. I think there was a lot of volunteers from us. I mean, we did a lot of volunteer work in Alvarado Park and cleaning it up, doing a lot of heavy lifting actually down in there, but also just getting around and trying to make sure signs were straightened. Those kind of things were taken care of. Frank Young was obviously big eyes on all those little projects on a constant basis. And then he would rustle up some help from us and we would go out and do some of that. You know, and then it kind of knew towards the end of that was more and more of the county's trails crew. So they were involved in doing more and more of that work, it seems. So I don't know exactly where we are today.
Okay, thank you.
To follow up on Jody's question, that also was my question. Open Space has been giving us a lot of tours of open space lands, just so we understand where they are, what they are, and what's going on with them. And every time they look like they need a lot of support. As Jody said, you know, signs are tipped over, they're worn out. You know, gates that used to be closed at night aren't closed at night so that people are illegally camping in them. And I am concerned that I'm not sure we'd be able to do a mill levy right now because there's so many other things the county needs a mill levies for. But I am concerned that we're not getting too big for our britches, but we're acquiring so much land that we don't have the ability to maintain. And, because we own it, we have a responsibility to it. And so, I mean, I know when my husband was on Open Space Commission with you, Smokey, it was heavy manual labor. And I'm not sure that that's, fair to ask of, a fairly small commission to handle all that without, being able to hire some support. So I am concerned about the allocation. But, should you rejoin the commission, I'm sure you'll get more aware of the issues. But I mean, except Sheepkeep seemed to have good signage. But most of the other ones we've been to have looked kind of run down. And that's definitely a concern because we want to put our
Sure.
best foot forward and maintain what we have. So something to think about.
Yep.
Any other questions?
I'm good. Thank you.
Just adding to this kind of list of maintenance concerns is wildfire risk across a whole, a lot of properties. And I mean, I hear you talking about wanting to prioritize, wanting to make sure that there's funding to continue to acquire properties. I happen to agree with you. I think what that means is that we really need from the Open Space Commission some dedicated strategic planning. If we have more goals than resources, what is our plan? How are we getting there? What would you like on the Open Space Commission? Do you agree that that's kind of the heart of what the conversation needs to be right now, or just like anything else you think the Open Space Commission should be doing beyond what you already mentioned?
No, I think it is long-term planning. And not just reacting on a short-term basis. I think that was one of the things that we were always kind of reacting quickly to the possibilities of maybe being able to purchase a property. But those things, I guess, need to be, if a property becomes available and you want it, then you have to act pretty quickly on it. But there are more procedures now than there were in my day. And to go through and outline it better for you. But I also think that we can do some long-term planning and maybe even cooperating with other commissions to achieve some of our goals.
Thank you. And if you'll indulge me, what's your perspective on the relationship between the Open Space Commission and the staff that sets the agendas? And well, the Open Space Commission helps with that, of course, but when you were on the Open Space Commission before, the view was that the Open Space Commission largely directed its staff. And now, of course, we're asking the Open Space Commission to be more of a recommending body. And that direction come, through the county manager, through us about day-to-day tasks,
Right.
et cetera. Is that, and I know that conversation was, when you left, was a really live one. I consider it to be settled now. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think it's pretty well outlined and taken care of.
Excellent. Okay, that's all.
All right. Well, thank you very much for coming. We'll be deliberating, and Peter, if you could remind me, how many positions are open right now?
On the Open Space Commission?
Yes.
I think we're at 7, but we're 9, but I think we can go up higher. I really just don't have an answer
Okay.
at this point.
Okay.
See, Amy, are those 4 fingers on purpose?
I think so, yeah. I was just counting in my head. I will get back to you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Saw this.
So we'll be interviewing a few more people, and we'll let you know shortly. These
Okay.
next couple weeks. Does that give us time? Okay.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good luck with your day.
Thank you.
Mr. Anderson.
Okay, next we have a work session to interview John Sprunger for vacancy on the Open Space Commission. Like to have the same seat? Same question, please introduce yourself, say you want to be on the Open Space Commission and why and what might be in your background that would contribute to it.
Sure. Nice to meet you all. I'm John Sprunger. Moved to Georgetown here with my wife from Chicago about 5.5 years ago. Since then, we've become very involved in the community. It's been one of our favorite parts of living here. I've joined the board of Historic Georgetown, Inc., where I represent HGI on the Historic District Public Lands Commission. So I found out a little bit more about open space, met Martha, and learned about the position. I'm on the board of the Georgetown Energy Museum, also as our representative from HGI. My wife and I co-lead the Santiago Mill Stewards, where we coordinate the volunteer and preservation efforts around the Santiago Mill up in the Waldorf Basin. And then I'm also joined a member of the Georgetown Excel Hydro Task Force, where I've been working with Cindy Neely and other stakeholders around Georgetown to help protect our interests as Excel decommissions the historic dam and penstock and hydroelectric plant where the Energy Museum is housed. So I've been doing a lot of connecting the dots locally. I've enjoyed that, and I'm interested in joining the Open Space Commission to just further connect the dots and help preserve our land and natural resources is what excites me the most.
Thank you. Do you want to give us a bit of your professional background?
Yes, I love that out. I've been a management and technology consultant for almost 20 years now. Started as a software developer, grew into more of a project management and strategy consultant. So I've had hundreds of clients over the past 20 years, primarily in financial services, utilities, which has served me well in our Excel-based work, telecom, banking, healthcare, nonprofits, government organizations. So I've seen a lot of different businesses. I've helped solve a lot of different issues, whether strategic, management, or technology-based. So I'm looking to turn those skills towards a different focus, I think.
Thank you. Questions? Jody, do you want to go first?
Sure, I'll go first. So something that I've seen lately on social media is looking at the Board of County Commissioners to develop open space land for affordable housing. With what you believe open space stands for and its mission, how would you talk to the public in that realm?
Great question. I think around that, I think you'd have to lay out, the benefits of the public land that we have, I think, and the benefits of preserving it and conserving it versus, the potential benefits of its use for affordable housing, I think would be the conversation around that. I think most of the land that we have wouldn't be suitable, in my imagination for affordable housing. So I think that'd be the conversation.
Thank you.
Actually, I'm going to just build on that a little bit. We recently, in the last handful of years, did some reforms to our acquisition process, where we're having a quick check when open space identifies a property, having a quick check from other elements of the county staff team to see if a property is suitable for housing development or anything else. That's a pretty quick and easy. Is it flat? Are there utilities close? Does a process like that seem reasonable on the acquisition side?
I think that absolutely makes sense strategically as far as just a part of the process for any acquisition. I think similar to HGI and some of these other ones, it's been, land comes up, everybody gets very excited. Let's go buy it. Let's go buy it. Well, what's the maintenance? What's the liability? What's the insurance requirements? Some of these things. So as far as, whether it could be part of house, used for housing, I think that's almost obvious part of any acquisition conversation. Should be. A rare flat piece of land with utilities is I know its value.
They're not that common. Right?
Yeah. Now, where is that?
So I know you were listening to the other interview. You heard conversation about this trade-off between the recognition that there are a lot of properties out there to be protected and there's limited funding and maintenance needs. Can you just speak to that conversation a little bit?
Yeah, I think seeing similar around the county. Even at HGI and other organizations, we've acquired lots of properties and land. And now with the decreasing county budgets and things are starting to, like you said, look a little bit run down in places. And it's just a simple fact of having twice as many staff, however many years ago to maintain these things. And I know, open space has lost staff recently and things like that. So, where was I going with it? I think it's almost the most important part of the conversation. Like they just can't keep increasing the land portfolio on the same exact budget because it will burst at the seams as far as, maintenance goes. So some of that has to be potentially redirected towards maintenance and upkeep of these properties. I think it's a huge part of the conversation.
Thank you.
Anything else, Jody?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah. George
One-
asked my question, but go ahead.
One more, I'm curious, I want to get to know your philosophy on like visitation, recreation management, outdoor recreation. Just an open-ended question. What are your thoughts about the kinds of recreation that should be happening on open space properties, how to manage it,
Yeah.
et cetera?
Yeah, no, great question. Yeah, great question. I think, where it makes sense, if there's lands that are suitable for managed recreation opportunities, then I think it absolutely makes sense to develop those to take pressure off some of the more unmanaged recreation opportunities. Rather than come to the county and, good luck finding a hiking trail or, just choose your own adventure out here and, find a fire pit, and do what you will with it. Rather, hey, come to this campground that we've set up or come to these bike trails that we have set up and do your recreation in this area and start or don't start your fire in this managed fire pit or in this managed shooting park. So I think offering those types of recreation opportunities to take pressure off some of the other overrun areas like the 14ers and things like that, I think absolutely makes sense where it's appropriate. If it's not environmentally sensitive land, like, no camping on the sheep keep or something like that. But where it makes sense.
Okay, thank you. And then are there types of recreation you think we should be encouraging, other types of recreation we should not be? Comments on that?
No, I think there's definitely some types of recreation are more destructive in nature. And that would be the only thing I would want to, I think we would just everything perhaps allowed, but index on the less environmentally destructive recreation types. Things that are more following leave no trace practices. It's simple things like camping and off-roading have more environmental impact. They just do. So not to say that they shouldn't be allowed, but may need to be managed closely.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much for coming.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on. Communications update.
All
Megan
right.
Hyler Wilson.
I kind of have a few, so. All right, lots of stuff going on. Town Hall number 5 is in Idaho Springs, and that's on August 12th, so that'll be next week. That one will also be hybrid, so if you can't make it in person, you can join via Zoom and ask questions, listen in, all that fun stuff, and it will also go on YouTube after. But the next town hall, like I said, August 12th at the Health and Wellness Center at 6 p.m. and that'll be in Idaho Springs. And then the final one, which is Floyd Hill, that's on the 24th of this month, and that's also at 6, and that's at Station 6 on Floyd Hill. Same place as we did it last year. That was probably one of our more well-attended ones last year too. But we'd love to see you.
Merge.
Yes, we'd love to see you there. So come on down, ask questions, listen in, learn something. Everyone is welcome. And then also another event coming up. We have a wildfire preparedness / forest health workshop. That's on August 26th. That's 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. at the Dumont Fire Station. Clarissa Boggs Blake, who is in our Office of Emergency Management, she will be presenting there. CSU Extension will be presenting there. Gilpin County's involved. So if you want to come learn about wildfires, prepare for an evacuation, all that kind of stuff, please come. I know you will learn something. And then last but not least, the Clear Creek Roundabout has teamed up with NEMI to create an app. So if you want to schedule a stop from somewhere that's not a normal roundabout stop, or you want to go somewhere else, you can schedule it right on your phone. And I can pick you up in a different spot, drop you off in a different spot. You can even track where the roundabout is going if they're running late. So this is really cool. I'm really excited about this. Snorri, our transit supervisor, has been working really hard on this. So that officially launches today. So the app is NEMI, it's NEMI. And then you should be good to go from there. I will post something on our website and on our social media with more instructions about this. And if you have any questions, reach out. So good job, everyone. Good job, transit. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to commissioner updates. George, would you like to go first?
Sure, thank you. Handful of things here, colleagues. We went on, as you know, a visit of Sheep Heap property last week. This is open space owned land. I really enjoyed the visit. And one of the conversations that was had that left me wanting more was a conversation with Joe Walter with CPW about bighorn sheep, diseases affecting bighorn sheep, and things that the county can do to control them. Apparently the county has an ordinance, and I'm not going to get this right, but we are disallowing sheep but not goats, or maybe it's the other way around.
That's right.
That is right.
Yep.
This is an ordinance that's been on the books for a long time. It is to try to prevent disease spread from domestic animals to our wild herd. I'm fairly interested. I don't view it as, an emergency, but I'd be fairly interested in updating that ordinance to make sure that it includes any animals. I'm curious, colleagues, if that's a conversation, not any animals that can impact our bighorn sheep herds. I'm curious, colleagues, is that a conversation you're interested in?
I'm not really sure. CPW, he just talked about the sheep was the only one that they were worried about. And they do monitor that as Colorado Parks and Wildlife. So I'm okay with talking about it. I don't know if we need action on it, but
Okay.
we could look into it.
Just wanted to get a quick temperature check.
Yeah, we want to protect our bighorn sheep.
He also was just talking about things that we can do on those properties to protect the goat herds. And I kind of want to maybe invite him to a work session.
The sheep herd?
Yeah, the sheep herd. I want to invite him to a work session so that he can just expand on that a little bit. He has access to a lot of information that I'm more curious about. So if you all are interested, I'll follow up and see if that's something you would do.
Commissioner Marlin, just a question. Did you say we have an ordinance on the books?
Joe Walter says we have an ordinance on the books that prohibits sheep.
I don't know if that's like
But it doesn't
their thing or if it
goats.
was our thing. He did talk about they monitor the sheep.
Okay.
He said we're one of the only
Bighorn sheep.
counties, maybe the only county. But it's because we have two big herds, one north of I-70, one south of I-70.
It's possible we have a resolution relating to it. I'll check into it.
Okay. that'd be
Thank
great.
you.
And then I'll follow up with Joe and just see what he has in mind. And then I just, colleagues, we attended the Mountain Youth Network celebration. I thought it was a great time. We celebrated Mountain Youth Network's 10 years of impact and their new permanent home in the Wellness Center. It's just great to see that building being used in such diverse ways. It was great to experience. It's a thriving community of kids and parents. And I want to give a big shout out to Rose Morris, the leader of that program, who really breathed new life into it from my perspective, put it back on a sustainable path for funding, and it's just changing the lives of kids. So that was very touching for me. And then I want to mention just a quick debrief from the CCAT meeting. We had our CCAT summer meeting in Steamboat last week. CCAT did select for the first time as level 1 priority to initiate a revenue diversity bill. There are 5 concepts that will be explored. I would call them buckets of concepts that will be explored by CCAT and the lobby team. My advice to CCAT is the same as my advice to us, which is that we should be looking at whichever policies from that menu have a real path in the legislature and prioritizing that, try to create an environment where we see a number of these innovations in the state around, augmenting counties' abilities to generate revenues. So I was excited to see that. The other 2 other things that CCAT picked up, one is about mobile home parks. Local governments, including Clear Creek County, have tried to use our ability to purchase mobile home parks and have found that the window to purchase them is very short. That window was highly negotiated when we originally gained the ability to purchase mobile home parks. And at the time we were saying, this isn't enough time for us. Now we've got a lot of evidence that I think it's 90 days. It's just not enough time to successfully apply for grants, blah, blah, blah. And then there's also a possibility, this conversation has come up several times in the past, for give local governments the ability to control lot rents. Maybe that would be a state rule, or maybe it would just be a new local authority. Colleagues, if we gain that authority, I sure hope we would use it. I would encourage you, since you have so much time, of course, to read random things, to go to mobilehomeuniversity.com if you want to understand what's going on in the investor world with mobile home parks. Investors, the most concise way to say it is investors are being trained to buy mobile home park properties, raise lot rents slowly until the point that the owners of the mobile homes have to leave. They're largely unable to leave with the property. They have to leave the mobile home on site. And then that mobile home park investor becomes a landlord. It's very, very exploitative practice. It is the most exploitative thing that I think is happening in our communities. So I hope we would advocate vociferously for that policy and then implement it if given the opportunity. Those are the 2 big ones that stuck out to me. There is another policy around using technology to do community scale fire risk reduction. That is a pretty exciting idea, and DOI the Division of Insurance is excited about it as well. So those are 3 of the 4 things CCAT will be working on. And Jody, maybe you'll remember the 4th one. For some reason, it's slipping my mind.
Revenue diversity, mobile home park, county-led housing strategy, wildfire hardening.
Yes, so there's gonna be a lot in the housing space. And so CCAT has made a level 1 priority of identifying which of a whole bucket of policies could be useful to counties. One of the top ideas is allowing Prop 123 funding to preserve affordable housing. So that would be relevant for us. Riverbend the price commitments on Riverbend will expire in the next 15, 20 years. And you either basically buy the price back down or watch it go to market rate. So keep your eyes out for those conversations. An update on the Forest Improvement District conversation. I presented to Gilpin County's board. They wanted me to present last week. So as of now, Gilpin County, Jefferson County, and the city of Golden have accepted the invites for phase 1 of figuring out this Forest Improvement District. Adams County was also invited, and they asked someone on their staff team to gather more information. That meeting was yesterday. I'm hopeful that Adams County will join us too, and we'll spend the rest of the year mapping out all the stakeholders in this proposed Forest Improvement District.
And you didn't mention Clear Creek. I'm assuming Clear Creek's in that?
Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We were the first in and we made the invite, and yes, we're in.
Thank you.
Holton has not identified anyone beyond himself and Clarissa Boggs Blake to participate. At some point, he may pick someone else on the staff team. We have a lot of people on our team that would be a good fit that have a lot to do. So,
And we are going for Westminster too.
yes, the idea is to start with the counties and Golden for phase 1, just to really map out all the stakeholders and think through some of the design questions that we would
Oh,
have.
because that's
around
part of
the
Adams
district.
County too.
Yeah. So if we get Adams County, then we've got every county in the district. And then the counties can help us approach the municipalities in the metro area. Golden's mayor, for what it's worth, is very excited about this. So that's an FID update. I want to just mention Old Carlson. There was a proposal for an affordable housing development in Idaho Springs at Old Carlson. I did, for the second time in my time in office, provide public comment to Idaho Springs. I did so, I didn't reference the county. I did so as a neighbor of the building that would be impacted and have a lot of new neighbors. And I had encouraged council to put conditions on the property so that it would match the aesthetic needs of the community and approve it. They did not. It's pretty clear that that development did not do enough work with the community and enough work with the design to satisfy Idaho Springs. And so, colleagues, I just want to, this is not a reminder because you weren't here. When there was a community meeting that the school district held to try to figure out priorities for that property, one of those priorities was affordable housing. And around that time, we still had ARPA money, Federal American Rescue Plan Act money. I was suggesting to the school district that they, with that money, hire like a facilitator and an architect to go through like a community-driven design charrette for that property and identify, hey, what does the community want here? And then try to, like, with a more concrete community-driven vision, find a developer. That may be something worth looking into again. I don't know that we're in a position to offer financial support, but maybe we could offer participation. So I just wanted to mention kind of some of that background. Obviously, it's back to the drawing board. That building is empty and something will happen with it, and it's zoned for 35-foot buildings. So
How tall is it?
Carlson right now is 25 feet. Much shorter, yeah.
Okay.
Looking at the former principal here. So just a quick update on that. I sure hope that what gets built works with our economy one way or another. And then lastly, colleagues, you were at this town hall, so was I. And in St. Mary's, it was a very good conversation. All of them are. The thing I wanted to highlight was some folks in St. Mary's who have long been frustrated with our county, our planning staff team, our road and bridge staff, and just the level of services that they get up there. Really went out of their way to compliment the team. And I'm not going to remember verbatim what they said, but they went out of their way to compliment several functions that interact with St. Mary's on a regular basis. And I was really, really happy to hear that our staff team is starting to show up in ways that the public appreciates more thoroughly. So I'll leave it at that. And that's everything for me.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Hartman Ball.
Yeah, so George talked about the St. Mary's Town Hall. I thought it was good. Some people came in and we had some good conversations. It wasn't just a lot of complaints and stuff. It was how things are working good in the county. Always room for improvement. There was some ideas that were brought up about some fire preparedness. And we were able to answer that because some of that is starting. The Mountain Youth Network, I also wanted to give kudos to the kids. The kids that worked on getting this all done with Rose. You can see that they have a relationship that is great. The open space tour I thought was good. I want to thank the open space board members that took us on that tour. I'm afraid of heights, so it was a little scary when the Jeep started to roll back down the hill. But Julie from Nagusa's office, I think she kind of felt the same way, so I was in good company there. The shooting range had its grand opening. That was way more attended than I think we expected. A lot of people showed up to support it. I have to honestly say at my end, I typically would hear, I live by Charlie's place. I would typically hear the gunshots. I have not heard any.
Oh,
So don't know if the high powered ones that were shooting there before haven't showed up. Some of them aren't going to be allowed anymore. I know that. So for me, that's working. For my neighbors, I haven't heard any complaints except for the RV park is concerned and we're still working on that. I attended the Dumont picnic. I got there kind of towards the end because I had other work to do, but that was well attended. And then Empire's Night Out is tonight. If anybody wants to go up there for that. The CCAT was pretty informational. There was a lot of really heartfelt conversations that people had. It's tough times for everybody and trying to figure out what's going to work for the most people, and how we can all work together. That is counties and commissioners acting together, by the way. I had my childcare working group. We're still moving forward with the scholarships that we do, the Smart Start scholarships. And hopefully, I think George is going to be asked, and I know I have been asked to work with Mitch for the ask of Henderson for completing the trails, or to try to get some kind of funding because we got the $1.8 million for
You mean mountain trails?
mountain trails, and that is childcare, not open space or land. anything. That is the name of their childcare group for the infants on the other side of Carlson. And hopefully we can be successful with that. I had another working group with Charlie's Place to sit there and in this room and figure out how we can make Charlie's Place more sustainable so we're not facing this shortfall all the time. I have heard from both sides of this. Some people don't want more tax going to this. And there's plenty of people that support Charlie's Place. So this is in the early works of trying to figure this out. It's by no means Charlie's Place is closing down this year. I also had my Lookout Mountain Water District working group. We're still trying to find funding for the cistern and the fire suppression system for the high school. And this is with the Evergreen Fire District, Lookout Mountain Water, Clear Creek, and the engineers that are working on that. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much. I'll be brief. You guys covered a lot of what I did too. I was not at CCAT, but I did attend the meeting in Beaverbrook with the Forest Service, Denver Mountain Parks, Lookout Mountain Water District was there. Basically, bringing in all the interested parties to help with fire mitigation. They explained why they do what they do, what more is needed to do, and basically they're also, I told them I would mention this at this meeting today, they're looking for community partners to help spread the word about mitigation. So that was an all-day event, which was very good. And then let's see, oh, I'm sorry. We have a guest here today. Val, you want to stand up? Val Rastia. Did I get it right that time?
Close.
Shoot. He is an AP government student from Mullen High School, and he has to put in 30 hours this summer of internships with various governmental entities. So welcome and thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Let's see. I had a community get together in Evergreen where we discussed fire mitigation issues and also the new shooting range. I participated in the grand opening of our shooting range. It was very well attended. And I think it is a good addition to our county, pulls people out of the forest into a safe place to shoot. We have very good berms, very clearly delineated where to shoot. It is staffed, and I think that's a benefit to our county. It gets people out of the woods, and as I explained in a CBS interview, that you know, you may be shooting toward trees and you think you're just shooting trees. There could be hikers on the other side, or there could be shooters on the other side, shooting back at the other side of your trees. And so, the new shooting ranges will be much safer. Let's see, I went to the, Clear Creek County Cross Country Team's, 5K, fun run, fundraiser. And we all went on the open space, Sheep Keep, tour and attended the Mountain Youth Network 10th anniversary celebration and, had an excellent town hall at St. Mary's. And my colleagues have provided a lot more information, but, I'll keep it short. So I'm done. Thank you.
Megan, did you talk about the wildfire preparedness and forest health thing at the Dumont?
Yes, I did, but you're more than welcome to bring it up too.
No, that's okay.
Okay.
All right. Moving on to the Board of County Commissioners action items. First is the consent agenda. Does anyone need to pull anything?
Suggest reading it first.
All right. Consent agenda. A, consideration of approval of the warrant register. B, consideration of approval of written minutes for the Board of County Commissioners meetings for the following dates: December 15th, 2025, December 16th, 25, and December 18th, 25. C, consideration of approval of letter of commitment to participate in the Clear Creek Regional Housing Authority's Housing Action Plan. D, consideration of approval of the Fourth Amendment to agreement between the County of Clear Creek, Colorado, and Jefferson Center for Mental Health for Alcoholism and Illicit Drug Use Disorder Treatment Services. E, consideration of approval of memorandum of understanding to provide physical door keys to Clear Creek schools. F, consideration of approval of a memorandum of understanding between the Clear Creek County Sheriff's Office and Georgetown Community School regarding physical door keys for the Clear Creek County Sheriff's Office. Item G, consideration of approval of ratification of request for extension of time to file audit. Item H, consideration of approval of resolution 26-41, a resolution regarding the licensing, keeping, and control of dogs and other animals in Clear Creek County. Item I, consideration of approval of certification of compliance. Item J, consideration of approval of the core services plan. Colleagues, do you have any matters you want to pull?
No, a few items that I'll discuss during the motion.
Okay, I have an item I want to discuss as well with Peter's help. All right.
Us or just make a comment on if you want.
Make a comment.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Via you,
Okay, that's fine. Sure.
okay? All right. May I have a motion?
We could approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes, I want to mention some things in here. I'm excited to see the housing action plan being put into place. I hope we get that grant. Thank you, Commissioner Lloyd, for representing us there. I just want to give a quick shout out to the Sheriff's Office. We've got 2 MOUs getting them access to door keys to these schools. Appreciate their continued focus on safety of our students. Item G, I wanted to mention, this is approval of ratification of request for extension of time to file the audit. I just want to thank our finance director who's in the room, Nikki Almond. You got hired with barely any time to finish this audit. Totally understand why you need this extension. And really, really hopeful that next year will be the first year in 3 years that we have not had to do that. But just really wanted to say, I understand and I appreciate all the effort. I know you would not ask for this extension lightly. Item H is just a quick comment for you colleagues. In this resolution is where we set adoption fees for animals at Charlie's Place. We charge $100 per adoption. I believe that is a third of what neighboring shelters charge. And I just wanted to mention to you that that is not being changed in this resolution today.
Jody, any comments?
I don't have any comments.
Okay, I'd like to just clarify, item H, consideration of approval of resolution 26-41. And, let Peter, our county attorney, speak to that.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you. Commissioner Lloyd had reached out just because of language in the ordinance, or in the resolution rather, regarding the definition of disposal of animals or dogs. It's been in there for a long time. It's statutory in nature. Something that caught her eye in that had to do with euthanization of animals. That's in the statutory definition. That does not mean that we're going to be euthanizing dogs any differently. Nothing's changing. That language has been there forever, but I could understand how it could create some confusion when people look at that. Charlie's Place is a no-kill shelter. That doesn't change. This resolution relates specifically to animal control, which is a statutory responsibility that the county can undertake. We do that. This has to do with how we get dogs that bite, things like that manage them, or loose dogs or strays or anything like that. This is not specific to the functioning of Charlie's Place.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. All right, we have a break scheduled. Is this a?
It's completely up to you all if you need one. We can go through to the next items too.
Right.
Good for another couple items.
Jody, you
I'm
good?
good.
All right. Board of County Commissioner action items. First on this list is consideration of rescinding approval of memorandum of agreement between Clear Creek County and Jefferson County Public Health for referral clinical services previously approved and executed by the county on June 6, 2026. And do we have to do that separately with 9, or can I explain why we're doing that?
Each item is separate.
Okay.
You're welcome to explain it,
Okay.
but
Basically, it's to amend it. So
it's not to amend it. But
it's to rescind it and substitute a new one, correct?
I think Dr. Ryan is the speaker on this, so
Is he online?
I do not see Dr. Ryan online. Do you want me to shoot him a text?
Sure.
All right, I just texted him.
perhaps we take a break after all.
Sounds good.
We move to a different item, but we have at 10 o'clock, so
Right.
we do want to get to that. That's all.
Yes, we do. All right, well, let's take a 5-minute break. Let Dr. Ryan get over here, or at least get online. And we're on break. Yep. Clear Creek Board of County Commissioners is back in session for consideration of approval of memorandum of agreement between Clear Creek County and Jefferson County Public Health, or consideration of rescinding the approval for referral clinical services previously approved and executed by the county June 16, 2026, but not executed by Jefferson County Public Health. And we have our Public Health Director, Dr. Tim Ryan, on the line.
Good morning,
Thank you,
everyone.
Tim. Would you please go over this issue?
Yes, so the original MOU that you signed back in June, the Jefferson County Public Health had some additional changes to it after we sent it on to them for signature. So this is basically redoing that MOU with proper signatures on there. This MOU, just to summarize, is basically an agreement between us and Jefferson County to allow us to refer individuals for long-acting reversible contraception until we have that fully up and running here in Clear Creek County for the referral of patients.
Okay. Basically, I just need a motion.
A motion.
Yep. May I have a motion?
So
I move we rescind the approval of the memorandum of agreement between Clear Creek County and Jefferson County Public Health for referral clinic services previously approved and executed by the county on June 16th, 2026.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Just a quick question. Are we acting as the Board of Health?
No, you're acting as the commission. Sorry, I had to think about it because of the different things, but you're actually acting as the commission.
That's all.
Okay. No further discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Next on the agenda is consideration of approval of memorandum of agreement between Clear Creek County and Jefferson County Public Health for referral clinical services for long-acting reversible contraception. Dr. Ryan.
Yeah, this is the agreement that you are rescinding. It is now signed by Jefferson County Public Health and Dr. Story at the Public Health Department. It's again for referral for long-acting reversible contraception.
And just to clarify, it's not what you are rescinding. You've already rescinded an agreement of similar content. This is a revised agreement. This is the agreement you are now approving.
All right. May I have okay.
Can you describe, Dr. Ryan, the changes between what we approved on June 16th or being asked to approve today?
The change of substance is the per signator for Jefferson County. It is Dr. Story.
Oh, okay. Thank
Okay.
you. No substantive change.
There were some changes in terms of just things that were removed, but nothing significant.
All right. May I
No.
have Dr. Ryan, did you have anything else to say?
No.
Okay. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion for the approval of the memorandum of agreement between Clear Creek County and Jefferson County Public Health for referral clinical services for long-acting reversible contraceptive.
May I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. All right. Next is consideration of rescinding approval of intergovernmental agreement for clinician preceptor services between Clear Creek County and Arapahoe County Public Health, previously approved and executed by the county on June 16th, 2026. Dr. Ryan?
Yes, so you're rescinding what you approved on June 16th when we sent the signed copy by you to Arapahoe County. Although the document did originate from them and changes were made by them, they had additional changes they wanted to be made. And so we're rescinding the one that you approved on June 16th, and the next order of business will be approving the changes to this document.
Okay. Do you want to explain the changes now?
The changes, again, are not substantive. In my opinion, they're email addresses and points of contact for the MOA. This is an agreement to provide training for our clinical staff and the implementation of LARC. And so our staff is going to get trained by Arapahoe County for that process. We're rescinding this one and then going to address the next one.
All right, thank you. May I have a motion?
I move we rescind approval of the intergovernmental agreement for clinician preceptor services between Clear Creek County and Arapahoe County Public Health, previously approved and executed by the county on June 16th, 2026.
May I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. And lastly, consideration of approval of intergovernmental agreement for clinician preceptor services between Clear Creek County and Arapahoe County Public Health. Any further comment, Dr. Ryan?
No.
Okay. May I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion for the approval of the intergovernmental agreement for clinical preceptor services between Clear Creek County and Arapahoe County Public Health.
Second.
Second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Ryan.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
All right. We have assessment appeal hearings that are set to start at 10.
I just emailed the assessor to let her know that we're ready anytime.
She's right here.
Oh.
All right.
If you're welcome to start if the other folks are
Right, yeah.
here, but I'm not even sure if
Okay.
these are ones where there'll be other people.
Do you know if they're going to be online or want it to be in person?
Yes, one's in person at 10:15,
Mhm.
and then we have Charles. Yes. Who will be, Carl will be online.
You're Carl yet, so.
Okay.
Hopefully.
All right.
You wanna keep it top.
Trying to see if there's anything else we can do while we're waiting. We are ahead of schedule. So, Peter, any of the public hearings, could those be addressed now?
No, but we could. It's towards the end of the agenda, but we could do number 19 because we have Nikki here for
Oh,
that.
very good. Yes,
As long as you're good with taking it a little out of order.
absolutely. We are going to skip to item 19, a work session, SRS election update.
Bless you. Okay, let's move this back. Why is this not working now?
I saw your speed. I'm sorry.
There are two seats there.
Okay.
Good morning, commissioners.
Good morning.
Good morning, Finance Director Homeland.
Yes, I am. This is a work session on the PILT and SRS funding election and split that you all have previously looked at, and is not an item that board action is needed on, but this is strictly a session for you to ask questions. I did present a work paper for your review, several pages with some background and some frequently asked questions, some definitions and acronyms, and I'm happy to entertain any questions that you might have regarding this annual election.
And just to add a little more context. So as you know, every May or May, sometimes even early June, the county attorney's office and finance will come to you along with the county manager and ask you to make a determination officially and approve an agreement with the school board where we give approximately another 50% on top of the 25% of our forest receipts to them. The reason why we're here today is because the state has reached out and asked us to officially make a formal election in terms of how they process things. This is probably something that could be done yearly, but I believe the state hasn't done it in 7 years. So the last time it ever came to any board, just to say we want to go under SRS or the 1908 rule, which is explained in the or law, which is explained in the memo. In the past, back in, I think it was maybe 2016 or 17 is the last time we may have made that election. Maybe it was 23. So maybe it wasn't 7 years. But the bottom line is that we just wanted to inform the board that we're doing the same election we've done in the same year. It doesn't change your ability to do what you want in May or June. That doesn't change anything, but this allows the state to know how how they're processing it. We're like 5 or 6 counties in the state that go under the 1908 rule or the 1908 law. And so that's just how it's processed. And that's really because of the amount of national forest we have in our land. It benefits us to do it that way. So what I had suggested to the county manager is that we at least bring it to the board so the board's aware, because we are notifying the state of how we want to move. And we do want the board to be involved and obviously consent to that. We're not looking for action, but even some direction to staff that it's okay to proceed and do our normal election is really all we're looking for. So
Okay,
that helped.
I have a lot of questions about this. We don't have a state mandated allocation to the schools, correct?
We do.
Okay, but that's less than what we do allocate to the schools?
Yes, so under the statute that governs this, the state statute, we must give 25% of our forest receipts, which are receipts having to do with logging and mineral rights and things like that. We receive those in May, typically of every year, a payment in May. And of those monies, we give mandatorily 25% must go to the school board, 25% must go to our road and bridge division, although we can give less if we want to road and bridge, but we have to have justification for doing it. There's got to be, we just want to make sure that we follow certain things. But then you're ending up with this other 50%. What do you do with? Typically, we give it to the school board, the school district. And the reason why the county does that is because that amount that you end up giving, if you didn't give that full other 50%, the amount you're not giving essentially. So let's say it's $10. That 50% is $10 and we don't give that to and I'm bad at math. So if we don't give all that $10, but we only give $5 to the school district, that $5, when we get a different payment later in the year, usually in late June, called our PILT payment, which is payment in lieu of taxes from the federal government, which is typically a huge, let me rephrase that, a much larger number compared to the amount of forest receipts. That $5 gets deducted from our PILT,
Oh, okay,
essentially.
okay.
And so it makes sense to go this route if we didn't have the amount of national forest and didn't receive a high PILT payment. Then it would be different.
And then the PILT payment goes directly to the county?
Yeah, the PILT payment goes directly into our general fund. And that's the other advantage to giving more traditionally. And I will tell you, historically, the board has always given the extra amount to the school board.
Okay.
This year, my memo, when I brought the agreement, I did point out to the board that you can look at the numbers and to determine next year, for example, and the board gave direction to Colton to bring back at a future date some background as to whether or not it makes sense to change our elections and not give that extra 50% to the school district. The reality is the numbers are there that there's probably not going to be a time where it ever makes sense to not give the full amount.
Okay,
Against our bill. Because
thank you.
the other.
That helps.
Yes, and keep in mind that these forest receipts, those are restricted to either road and bridge
Mhm.
or go to the school district. PILT goes into the general fund,
Thank you.
making it more useful.
All right. Colleagues, any questions?
I don't have any questions.
There's a new wrinkle to this that I hadn't heard before. Thank you for this, Matt.
Of course.
Discussion of whether or not we hit the population cap in PILT.
Yeah, we most likely won't. The population cap are broken out into 3 different segments. So under 5,000 residents, the government will use the exact amount of your residents for that calculation. If we're between 5,000 to 50,000 residents, government rounds up. So in our case, they might use 9,000, or they might use whatever the rounded amount is. Over 50,000 residents, that's where we're into maximizing cap or hitting the ceiling, so to speak. And so that's when the calculations then come into play. So having more residents isn't necessarily driving our payment, but it does factor into the equations that I believe both the state and the federal government use to determine our payments. I have some research on the ceilings and a little bit of history on that. I'd be happy to forward that to you. That part is still something that I'm learning as well. The calculations aren't very easy to find nor figure out, so I would be happy to send the math to you if you'd like to see it.
I think I understand it here. To say it simply, if we're not at the cap,
Mhm.
then the way we've been doing it is what maximizes federal dollars into the county.
Yes,
Okay.
Mhm.
And we're pretty far, very far from the cap,
very far.
right?
Mhm.
Further away from the cap,
Yes,
the more disincentive there is to sharing what we have.
yes.
Okay. And so the conclusion in this memo, I think I see a commitment to like rechecking the cap and being more thorough
Mhm.
every year about whether
Mhm.
this split is appropriate or not.
Right. So DOLA sends us our payment calculator. And so we can go in and see like what the dollars turn out like. But because of our situation, as Peter was saying, because we have so much forest land and not a whole lot of population, 1908 Act payment will generally be much, much higher than the SRS payment. Unless, our situation drastically changes. We have 40,000 people move into, yeah.
Doesn't seem very likely. So I don't know, as one member of this board, that I need to ask that we put a ton of thought into that calculation every year.
Okay.
It's gonna be a while before we're anywhere near that cap, like generations maybe.
Like ever. Right.
Yeah. I don't know that I don't know that I'm motivated colleagues to issue firm direction not to, but it feels like there's probably higher stakes conversations.
By all means, as the finance director, I'm going to look at it. I don't know that I will spend, weeks trying to back into the calculation on how they did it, but I will make sure that nothing is substantially different than what we've always done. Okay.
Colleagues, the reason that I think the timing, the partnership with the school district is why kind of looking to come out of this work session with some amount of certainty. If we think that there's a chance that the school district will not receive the other 50% of SRS, they deserve an early heads up. I think, I know if I was relying on a partner, and had always historically received certain revenues, I would appreciate that partner giving me an early heads up. So that's why I'm asking, based on the information we have now, seems very unlikely that the math would say to do anything other than what we've always done. Okay.
Yeah, I don't see it as an issue at all.
And so
I don't
there's
either.
maybe a quick update to the school district, just that, hey, we looked very carefully at this situation and we don't think it's changed.
Business as
Maybe.
usual.
Just understand the statute requires negotiation every year you enter into that agreement. So no matter what, we'll go back. However, we typically are in touch with the school board ahead of time, the minute we find out about forest receipts. If we get an inkling that it wouldn't be typical, we would reach out and let them know, because they also rely on that even in that early to start figuring out their budget process.
Sure.
Because their budgets are in June.
Yeah.
Just one last thing I want to bring up here, colleagues, is the SHRED Act. Forest receipts funds. there's a type of forest receipts that do not go into the SRS calculation, and it's ski areas, leases of forest land for ski areas. Those just go into the general fund for the federal government. And the SHRED Act attempts to localize those forest receipts like these logging related forest receipts are localized. We have a significant stake in that conversation. I mean, we don't have the stake that Summit County has, but we have a significant stake in that conversation. So if you hear about the SHRED Act, I just would encourage us to support it. And that's the only other thing I have to say on this.
And is that SHRED?
Yes, you know, these witty acronym makers. It is the SHRED Act, Ski Hill Resources for Economic Development.
Okay. And that is state or fed?
That is federal law. And if you're talking to our Congress people, they know all about it. And
Okay.
it was last reintroduced in 2025 is what I'm seeing here. Joe Neguse, Blake Moore, and Chris Papas.
Well, that certainly would help us if we can get it localized.
Yeah.
All right.
So that's all for me.
Thank you. Jody, further comments?
No, I don't have any.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Of course, thank you.
Get out early.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to go back to Board of Equalization Action Session. And let's see, do we have a representative for the Bonanza case or the Lyman case?
Bonanza is that scheduled for 10 and this should be a Carl.
Okay, but he would be online?
I'm
Yes.
here.
Oh, here we are here. Very good. Okay.
I didn't met you yet. Come on up.
Apologies, everyone. I'm a little dusty this. Thank you for hearing me out. I'm Carl Skembry. I represent Bonanza Land LLC here in Clear Creek County. I normally go through a long list every year, and most of the time I'm not very lucky in having properties reevaluated, but there are 3 properties that I have, I think, I don't know.
Okay, just point of clarification. Usually we start with the assessor. Do you want to give your presentation first and then we'll turn it over to the
Sure.
landowner rep?
However,
And I've been talking with Carl
Okay,
regarding this as well.
okay.
So these came through during our protest period and they were denied as we ran comparable sales. All 3 of them are similar, right next to each other, similar characteristics. So we're presenting them all 3 together. They are located off of Fall River Road at the first curve. And Carl's indicating that they don't have access, and after a conversation, he said there's a barricade blocking his access. It is US Forest Service surrounding the property. The 3 properties are located right off of that road. So they do have access to the properties. But if we look at case number 2602, and this is for the parallel, the value we currently have is 49,180. And 3 comparable sales that we utilize, second one coming in at 59,920. One coming in at 8,000 and one coming in at 41,000. Looking at the adjustments that were made, the first and the third one are right in line with the values. We had to make quite a bit of adjustments compared to the second one on our comparable sales sheets. And looking at case number 2603.
Okay, I'm sorry. Could I,
Sorry,
point of clarification? You said it is blocked or it is not blocked?
there's a barricade there.
Okay, okay, so he does not have access to the property.
Well, it has a road. I'm not sure why there's a barricade there. That would have to be determined why it's there.
Okay. All right, that seems like a critical point for valuing it, but okay, go ahead.
And then, for case number 2603, we have a value of 46,120. First comparable sale came in at 37,720. Second one came in at 45,830, and the final one coming in at 50,520. So his value's in line on that one. And then, we have case number 2604, the value at 12,020. First comparable sale coming in at 29,680. Second one coming in at 32,290, and the final one coming in at 20,680. Our value is showing in line with those comparable sales. All three properties are four-wheel drive. We do have the characteristic as a four-wheel drive. And we do have them as deep property as well. So the assessor is recommending denial with a conversation regarding that barrier.
Okay. Carl, I apologize. I missed your last name. Would you spell that for me?
Yes, it's SCHEM as in Mary, B as in boy, RI.
All right. Mr. Schembri?
Skembri.
Skembri. Thank you. Please make your presentation.
Okay. These properties, the three properties that I am questioning here are three properties within a group of 8 properties that my client owns in a cluster. Of the 8 properties, 5 of the properties that I'm not questioning are valued at like $900. Now, if I look at clusters to the east of these, immediate east of these properties, they're about the same amount, maybe a little more acreage, they may be 1,050. So what I'm saying is from 5 of these 8 properties are kind of matching the valuations. It's what's in the general area. What differentiates these 3 properties is that there appears there's a little trail that crosses them. I haven't been able to access that trail for years because there's some large boulders where that trail meets a switchback at Fall River Road. I was up there this morning and I've got a 4-wheel drive and I didn't want to drive through it. It's really, really narrow. I don't know what the county considers this trail. I don't see it indicated as having any number Forest Service identification. Now I did see on Onyx Hunt, which I know, it's calling this road Wild Wagner Road, which, that'd be great if it's a road. That would make a big difference. It would probably be good for emergency vehicle access also if we could establish it as access. But right now, there's no access. So I'm seeing a deviance of these 3 properties among the 8, 5 that I'm not questioning the value correspond to the valuation of immediate assemblages, larger assemblages to the east of this property. I'm also looking at the comps, the parallel, which is account number R006236. We've got the first comp, which is an Empire. It touches Highway 40. We've got another comp, R002934, that touches Stanley Road. We've got another one that's in Dumont. And we've got another one that's in Dumont. That's bringing up the value of the relative properties, the immediate balance of 5. The 5 that are 900, we're bringing this one up to 50,000 practically and using comps from Dumont and Empire, where they're touching a major road. That seems to me, I just have questions about those as being comparable sales. We've got another one here, another high value, the one that's I'm questioning the value, R006207. This is the Golden Wedding. Again, this is one that touches the trail. There must be some value being put on that because out of the 8, these 3 that I'm questioning, the trail goes through it. I'm I'm seeing comps here that have really good access off Fall River Road. A couple of them touch Fall River Road. You don't have to walk through a rock boulder field, you know, to get to the property. There are other ones here. I won't get into specifics unless you'd like for me to. Other ones have better access. Simple as that. Hamlin Gulch. Looking here at the account number R006199, JAP number 4. I'm seeing here, again, comps that have access or touch Fall River Road. If, you know, I think it would be great. I mean, I actually wanted to double check before I came here this morning, so I walked to these properties. They are severely steep. I was saying, well, let's say if we could get access and get those boulders moved. I've got a construction company and I'm looking at this hill and I'm like, these grades we'd never get an emergency vehicle access truck back here. You'd never have a turnaround. You may be able to carve into the hill, but fire truck we're not gonna bring a fire truck down there. So that's why I'm questioning this. There's a lot of properties that my client has that we've lived with. These just seem way out there to me. So that's kind of, I guess, everything I need to say at this point, unless you'd like for me to elaborate on anything.
Colleagues, do you have any questions? I have a question for Assessor G.
Go
ahead. What would be your response? Have you taken into account the differences?
Well, the property still could be used. You could use it for camping or recreational use. The other surrounding properties are not touching that road, so they're being valued as natural resources, why they're lower. As these properties are touching a road, it's a beautiful area. Might not be on a primary road. We do have it as 4-wheel drive access for the property. Lots of properties in Clear Creek, vacant lands are used for recreational, such as Trail Creek area, which is really, really steep as well. We do have the characteristics as steep, and the comparables have similar characteristics to them. Now, we can't get out and look at every single property when we do go through reassessment to know the characteristics until property owner comes to us. But our characteristics are matching what is being indicated about the property.
Okay. And when you designate it as steep, that reduces the value, correct?
That's correct.
Is there anything higher than steep or is?
No.
Okay.
We do have front and then mid and then back.
Okay.
We do not have the road as maintained for the value. We have locations as poor and fair for those properties.
I wanted to ask about the property with the fair.
Location rating.
Mhm.
Looking at the map, is that the property that's closest to Fall River?
There's one that's the JAP number 4. That's the closest. That's the one that presumably touches, I wouldn't call it a road, I call it a trail. And if we're using the same comps for all of these, because I understand that we're considering these all being treated as 3. We've got one at 12,000, one at 46,000, and the other one at 49,000. So if we're using the comps seem to be very inconsistent as well. So if we've got one claim that's touching this rocky trail, which you can't drive to, we're calling one at 12, one at 50. That there seems to be inconsistencies there as well.
The 12,001 is being undervalued currently.
And why is that?
It would have been done through the reassessment process and might not have been seen when we're going through 16,000 properties within a 5-month period of time. So it might not have been noticed.
And what would you have noticed? Oh, just the access
To
or?
remove that, to remove why it's being lowered right now. Because it shouldn't be there, that 12,000. The current value should be 36,310.
I was gonna say the same thing. I see, I mean, the adjusted sale values of those comps are 33,000, 28,000, 20,000, 32,000, and 29,000.
Yep, and I can't change the value
Right.
mid-year. I have to do it through reassessment period.
But I don't take it as evidence that the other properties are overvalued.
That's correct.
So let me, so I'm a little confused and I'm sorry, I'm being slow here. There's a fair location rating on the, which of the three properties is that? I'm looking at this map.
That's the furthest one, the parallel
It's the furthest one.
is a fair condition. And that's because when we did the analysis to determine values on the characteristics, there was no change of value within the poor condition and a fair condition.
Okay, so we can argue about whether it's fair or poor.
Won't change the value. That's correct.
Okay. All right. I mean, just for the sake of accuracy, if the two that are closer to the paved road are listed as poor,
I would change that one to fair as well.
you
I mean, excuse me, to poor as
you
well.
would, you would change that one to poor as well. It
Yeah.
won't change the dollar amount, but
It won't change the dollar amount, but it would be consistent. And again, I think that this one just wasn't looked at closely during reassessment. Otherwise, it would have been changed.
If you look at other properties that are along this road, look, I'm gonna say it, I wish I actually did take a picture this morning of it. They're not priced with these types of values. If you go to the cluster to the east, they're not being priced at 50 grand or valued at 50 grand. So these three are being treated differently than anything else within this general area. We can't call it a road unless I got a trail. If a road, I would imagine that is something that you could take a car across aggressively in a four-wheel. You can't do that.
Not in this county.
Not with a boulder field, I mean, I can drive, I drive these roads all the time. These are rocks this big that are in the middle of the road. Now, if we can move the rocks, then maybe we can call it a road. Right now, we can call it an isolated flattened areas.
I think my challenge with that, colleagues, is that I'm looking at the county road map and it's on the county road map as a county road. It's a secondary non-maintained road. We have a lot of people that live on secondary non-maintained roads. And I'm including members of my family. So I just, that assertion I think is untrue. I guess I'll look, Peter, our favorite thing to argue about is roads. I'll look to you.
So you're saying that it is a road. It is being identified as Wild Wagner. Is that what it's being identified as? I'm seeing that on Onyx Hunt, but I'm not seeing that on the county GIS.
I'm looking at the 2020
List.
I'm looking for the date. We've got a road list and associated map on our website. And it's not labeled Wild Wagoner on this map, but I recognize it as Wild Wagoner.
Okay.
Because of the way it connects with Mill Creek. And it looks to me like that green line is going right up to Fall River Road.
Okay. Well, it's blocked right now.
And what is it blocked by again? I'm sorry, just.
Boulders and, there's a house close by, I don't know. I can't, I don't know who put the boulders there.
This is where Wild Wagoner and Rainbow Trail and Fall River Road meet.
Yes, it's a
If you look at,
very calm area when it comes to roads. People don't even notice what goes on there, so.
and if you look at account number R006207, we were up there when it was purchased by Bonanza, and we have a photo and you can kind of see the road in there. And it, unless it's changed considerably,
If we could establish that it has a connection to Fall River Road, which is what it appears to be doing with the county road map, then that's kind of a big deal. I think that makes sense. Then I can say, okay, well, these are properties that have access. access. That's the magic word,
Yep.
you know? Right now, yeah, I can go and I can cut some trees and that type of thing, but, we've got some entity is blocking access a county road right now, is what I'm hearing.
Peter, a question for you.
Yeah.
We have, of course, like, there's a conversation about a road and whether it was illegally blocked or whether it was properly maintained.
Right.
Does that conversation affect the yes, no question about whether a road exists legally as a public road?
No, whether it's blocked because somebody has put boulders doesn't change the fact that the nature of the road. So if it's a public road and it's either been adopted through our roadmap as being part of the county road system, that doesn't change the nature of the road. What it does simply mean is that we, as the county, need to enforce to make sure that those boulders are not on that road. Usually by citing anybody who may have put those boulders there, or we remove them ourselves.
And so it wouldn't be the Board of Equalization that has the authority to direct staff to go look at that right now, right?
No.
That's a separate topic. It's one we care about. It's just not relevant to this Board of Equalization case.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we're establishing value based upon the existence of a road, which right now does not exist.
Well, the road exists. Somebody put boulders on it. The county didn't put boulders on it. So that sounds like it's an enforcement action. But I'm looking at the, location rating is poor, it's four-wheel. Topography is steep, steep, steep. I mean, basically, she has downgraded the value of property because of all of those factors. And if we can't,
But we're looking at comps that aren't reasonable. If we're looking at comps that adjoin Fall River Road or Highway 40 or Stanley Road, I don't know how those are comps. Those are completely different roads. They're touching roads. This one is off a road by another trail. This is a trail away from a road. So yes, poor. But we're also using comps that aren't, to me, reasonable comps. They're in different areas, totally different qualities.
Assessor G, can you explain how you go about selecting comps?
We look at the characteristics that we have on our records.
And you have to go from things that were sold during the period.
That is correct.
And that's why you frequently don't find like a neighboring property or something.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more questions, Madam Chair, colleagues. I'll just state, looking at all the comps across all three cases, they all have matching characteristics, location ratings, topography, road type. These comps look as good as any that.
They can have the same descriptions, but the descriptions of what are inaccurate as far as a comp. You can say access to, right along, let's say, right along Virginia Canyon Road in a really flat area. You can call that poor access. And you can call this one poor access, but then you're using a higher comp because that property sold higher because it had really truly great access, but the county's describing it as poor. So we're using, I think, the actual descriptions. I mean, we've got properties here that may say poor, but they touch Fall River Road. They may say poor, they touch Stanley Road.
Is there a specific comp that you think we have the characteristics wrong in?
A specific comp.
The ones that were used across any of these three cases?
These were the comps that were provided me. I did not provide comps of recent sales.
I hear you contesting the characteristics of the comps that were used. Is there a specific comp that we used whose characteristics you're contesting?
A specific one that I agree with
Or that you disagree with?
Oh, I disagree for the comps. Yeah, I was listing them here. I've got, let's say on the parallel, which was R006236. The first comp there, which is, I guess, sold at 59,000 or sold at 63,000. That touches Highway 40. All right. So we're using that as a comp. We're saying, okay, well, it's got bad location, or it's got, the access isn't good, but it touches Highway 40.
Well,
Saying they're both bad.
when you say touches, is there a road access from Highway 40?
From what I looked at this morning, I don't have the GIS in front of me. I went through and looked at these. It adjoins Highway 40.
I mean, it could be alongside Highway 40, but not have access to it. Correct.
It's touching the right of way.
Well, that's going to be CDOT.
But what does that
But there's
mean?
no road you have to four-wheel drive up to access the property. Cause it's steep, steep, steep.
Okay, so it's not like it's a neighborhood road that has a ramp to I-40.
No. And I don't see parking in the front there with the access touching US 40. And it's less desirable because of the traffic.
Oh, yeah, this, it's basically a cliff right there.
That's right.
And how do you look at access when you're looking at state highways? Access permits and.
Well, this one has a four-wheel drive road going up, so you'd have to four-wheel drive straight up that road to get to it. There's no parking in the front there. You could park on US 40, I guess.
So. Either
Recreation.
four-wheel drive access or a road would need to be built to access it.
Sure, yep.
And so that.
Because you can four-wheel drive to it and access that property. But, and I don't think it's desirable.
That's what it says the road type is four-wheel.
That's right.
We do have one here that's primary paved, 002934. Colleagues, shut me up whenever you. Thank you.
But usually you deduct if
It comes out to have a characteristic, if enough sales had that characteristic to make an adjustment for it.
That's a really good point, because in that case, it's not listed as four-wheel, but it is adjusted.
Correct. Like you can see on that parallel, there was an adjustment made for an average condition compared to a fair condition. So we do bring them down.
I mean, poor is about as low as you can get because
That is correct.
that basically means unlivable, right?
Correct.
And you're recommending, I know we're discussing all three of these cases at the same time. You're recommending denial on all three?
Correct.
Okay. I don't have any more questions. I agree with the assessor.
Any comments?
No, I don't have any comments. I don't know how you did with the rock situation, but I don't think it can change our decision, and we don't know what the size of these rocks are or, what this is about, but,
I have a motion.
So we're taking these one at a time? Separate motion for each?
Yes.
Okay, sitting as the Board of Equalization, I move that we accept the assessor's recommendation of denial of case 2602.
second,
Any further discussion? Okay, in favor?
I,
Motion?
and accept the assessor's bill case number 26-03.
Any discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And final motion.
I move that we accept the assessor's recommendation for denial on case 26-04.
Second,
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
do you know the first name of this?
Impact Road and Bridge.
Well,
Bruce.
Bruce?
He said he was gonna be.
Oh, okay. No, never mind. Thank you.
All right, Board of Equalization protest for Lyman case number 26-05. Are you here for that, sir? Okay, why don't you come up?
Okay, we have case number 2605, Lyman. Every 2 years, we do the reassessment process for 25 and 26. The values were set based on sales that occurred July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2026. During the protest period for this case, we did adjust the value from $730,000 down to $683,000, based on the comparable sales, a reduction of $47,300. According to state statute, we run the comparable sales based on those sales, and then those characteristics obtain values based on the property characteristics, such as your design, your condition, your quality. And if you look at the comparable sales, these are the specific characteristics that we utilize to determine values. The petitioner is indicating that it's in a flood zone. That would not affect our value. Our values are based on property characteristics, not taxes that are paid or insurance that is paid. That is not something that would be in our knowledge as an assessor's office. So the assessor is recommending a denial.
Okay. So are you the property owner?
I am.
Okay, please make your presentation.
This whole hearing is about flood zones, flood insurance, and the effects that it has to value. I'm not really sure why the assessor's office doesn't recognize this. You can go online, you can get appraisals, you can do these things, and you'll find out that they definitely affect value. There's flood maps out there. They're FEMA flood maps. They're real, and they're present in Georgetown here. I know because 814 Rose is in a floodplain. When a property is included in a floodplain, it's not a question of if there's going to be a flood, but it's a question of when. And that is unknown. That's down the road. It happens not only in Georgetown, but it happens across the county, across the country for that world, across the entire world. And if you just watch the news, you can see that floods cause damages to lots of properties across this country. So what does that mean? When a property is included in a FEMA map, it can't be financed without flood insurance. Okay, so how do you buy a property other than paying cash or get flood insurance? Do you think that would affect the value of the property? Absolutely, I think it does. When I purchased Grove Street, the cost of insurance in Georgetown, Colorado ranges from $5,895 to $6,459 per year. The sellers we bought the house from had flood insurance, and they paid over $4,000 a year for that insurance, but they only had $250,000 worth of coverage. And so that's not near enough to cover a flood event on the present values. I mean, it just isn't realistic unless you want to take that kind of risk. I have inspected all the assessors' comparables, and they're all located outside of the flood zone. So I think the assessor's office needs to be aware and identify properties that are included in the flood zone and adjusted accordingly. You know, when my wife and I bought 814 Rose Street 2 years ago, there's a sizable adjustment lowering the sale price because the property was in the flood zone. The adjustment was around the adjustment was 12% reduction in the sale price. And that's $58,000. And that was caused by the flood insurance being included in the flood zone.
What year did you purchase this?
2 years ago,
Okay.
just over 2 years ago.
It was purchased April 14, 2025 for $600,000
Okay.
outside our assessment period.
Oh, that is us. That was my question. I thought 2 years ago, what is the assessment period for this
It's
year?
July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2024. This one will be included in our next assessment period.
It will be.
Okay. So per state law, did I hear you say, flood zone location is not something you can consider?
It's not one of our characteristics that we analyze because we wouldn't know if it was in a flood zone.
Okay. Okay, maybe this is a Peter question, but if you do see a flood zone map and determine that it is in the flood zone, is that something she can legally factor in into making her assessment?
I don't see why we couldn't change location from average to fair. But we don't have an adjustment for that this assessment period. Not in Georgetown.
Okay, but next assessment period could bring that in, or?
We could, when we do the analysis, if there's fair condition sales in Georgetown, that will adjust it.
Okay.
So this is how you would handle that. Location rating.
That's correct.
An area's inside a flood map,
If,
then it would get a hit on their location rating.
if we're aware of it.
Okay.
But we don't have an adjustment for this assessment period.
Okay, and he purchased it outside of the assessment?
That is
period.
correct.
Okay,
It could be considered with the next evaluation period.
okay.
So you use periods for that, but flood zones
Mhm.
don't change. I mean,
Right, but we don't know. There's no way for us to know,
Right.
unfortunately. Now, we are going through reassessment for 27 and 28, and when we run our analysis, there could be an adjustment for that fair, because we could adjust it to fair. And we will put a note on the account that it is in a flood plan, so that we know going further in the future.
When a property is in a flood zone, it's stigmatized. It's resulting in a lower value. And that continues outside of the valuation period. It's just a matter of, appraisal. I think it's pretty standard practice in areas where properties are included in the flood zone are adjusted for that. The comparables are adjusted for that.
Okay, so you purchased it for 600,000, knowing it was in a flood zone.
Correct.
Prices for everything have gone up. The assessor already reduced it by $47,300.
That was,
Correct? So down to 683.
there were some other things that I talked about, including the square footage and the usable square footage of the property, because it has a space, and you can see it in the assessor's record. It has a space that's 400 and something square feet. It's in the information that I provided the board and the assessor, right? And it is, I wouldn't call it living space.
Okay, so, but Assessor G, you already accounted for that.
Correct.
I feel like their adjustment that they gave me already was considering all that,
Correct.
because the space is not finished. I mean, it.
Okay, no, I understand. She's already reduced for that.
Okay.
All right, so legally, unless you're put on notice that it's in a flood zone. You don't have to go research all these properties to find out whether or not they're in a flood zone.
Yeah.
Okay, however, the next assessment period, which is just next year, right?
Correct.
Could account for that as long as you verify that it's, you've been put on notice, it's in a flood zone, you can verify that. And then you can take care of it. But right now, I'm not seeing a way to reduce this.
Not currently,
All right.
but I will make the change to fair condition for you, so you do get that adjustment for the flood zone going further. And then, make a note that it is in a flood zone for you.
Okay.
Okay. I guess my only comment is if you Google appraisals and ask about flood zones, you're gonna get a ton of information and value changes and ranges of value changes due to flood zones.
That's for a fee appraisal, because it's impacting your purchase price, it's for market value. We are ad valorem, so we assess based for tax purposes. So it's a little bit different, a fee appraisal versus an ad valorem appraiser.
I agree with what you've said with that. It makes sense to change the location rating. Maybe there will be some years where that location rating does affect prices.
That is
I think this is the right way to react to that information. I mean, what you're saying makes complete sense, sir. But I think based on the information we have today, we can't do anything more than change the location rating and deny the appeal.
Okay.
So, thank you. So this not only impacts value on it, but also resale value down the road. I mean, this problem isn't gonna go away. You know, I put the house up for sale, it has to be disclosed. And it was disclosed to me.
Mhm. Okay. I think we have the information we need. May I have a motion unless anybody has any further comments from the board?
Move we accept the assessor's recommendation for denial on case number 26-05.
Second,
All right, any further discussion from the board?
I just wanted to say that thank you for bringing this to our attention. I think from here out, Donna G has the information for the next assessment period, and that will be changed. For other people, do they just bring this to you? How does this?
Yes, they can bring you the information.
Okay.
We have 16,000 properties and three appraisers.
Okay.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the assessment stands. But thank you for coming. And I didn't realize that there was that issue out there, so.
I didn't know that was in Georgetown. I know it's in some areas such as Idaho Springs.
Mhm.
I had not been aware of the Georgetown flood zone.
Well, it's in the FEMA maps and 20 feet from my garage is a little fork of Clear Creek.
Mhm.
And it puts me in the 100-year floodplain.
Okay.
And that's easy to find if you just contact FEMA or look at their maps and
Right.
put in Georgetown, Colorado. You can put in a zip code. You can get
All right,
maps of all that information.
thank you, sir. Moving on to the Board of County Commissioner regular session.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We have 11 a.m., but it looks like all the parties are here, Mitch. Administrative cost adjustment for the Strong Start Scholarship Program. Mitch Houston, Executive Director, Clear Creek Schools Foundation.
Me up here?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Whichever chair you would like.
I don't know, sitting close to you seems dangerous.
Okay,
Okay, just give George a minute here.
That our security agent here.
For Zoom, I guess I could be.
Yeah.
All right, Mitch, you have the floor.
Great. Does Megan have my slides?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I'll pull it up.
Congratulations on being ahead of schedule.
Thank you.
Must be because Colton's not here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He always makes things slow. No.
There we go. Sorry, it's taking a sec to load.
That's okay.
There we go.
Mitch, why don't you introduce yourself?
I'd be happy to do that. Good morning. I'm Mitch Houston with the Clear Creek Schools Foundation, and I'm here today to talk about the Strong Start Scholarship Program and specifically some administrative considerations for the program. The administrative side of administering the Strong Start scholarships really isn't visible to many people at all. It's transparent to the families. Arguably, even our community partners don't have a good handle on what it takes to administer the program. Before jumping into that, I do want to remind the board of three very important components in early learning and having the capacity to educate our younger citizens. And that's the availability of an early learning environment, affordability, and quality. The Strong Start Scholarship does a great job of addressing affordability. It really helps people participate in the workforce because they have a place, they have a safe location for their children. The median award was just over $2,000 last year for a 12-month window. Availability is also important, and our community partners this year spent some time doing a pilot program this summer for toddlers. It's the first time we've had a toddler program, and it was very well received. Can we do the next slide? This year, we were able to simplify the program administration for our families. They applied once and they have one interaction with the Schools Foundation. Last year, everybody got a late start, and we were growing the program and the administrative requirements on the fly. So it's much easier for our families this year, but these items still occur in the background, and they don't occur just once. They take place for probably 15 or 16 months as opposed to just a 12-month scholarship window. We'll do the next one. Thank you. Last year was the first year we had 12 months of continuous scholarships. It was our third scholarship period, but the first one that lasted 12 months, and actually it was 13 months. Because it was August through August. The blue highlighted block, you probably can't read it up there, but it's titled 12 monthly payments. And that's the part everybody experiences. Our families get credits, our providers get paid, but the work really occurs on both sides of the 12 months as well. Before we made the first scholarship payment last year, we had $1,700 in administrative expenses. That's writing checks to get the work done. That's not human time. We're full of voluntold. Roughly 300 hours went into the Strong Start Scholarship Program last year between all of the community partners. The funds were never debited for labor. These are really the out-of-pocket costs before the first check was written last year. The current administrative rate of 1.5% provides $1,350. It's pretty clear from the get-go that we're out of balance. Can we hit the next slide? Last year, I came before the board in November and observed that we were spending faster than we had revenue for. That's our job. We're here to support youth of our community. We're not here trying to make money, but by the same token, I don't think we should spend our unobligated or general fund resources on a specific project like this. I think there are opportunities to use the funds that we have received. And yeah,
This is pretty much the final slide. I'm asking for an increase from 1.5% to 3% for administrative costs. And the next slide is a reminder of who all our partners are. We have operational and financial partners. I would be remiss not to point out that the lodging tax is our largest supporter through the Board of County Commissioners. Any questions?
Hello, Mitch.
Oh, Jody?
So I had a question because I've been getting this when I'm out and about. When we talk about the administrative costs, where exactly does that fall? Is this paying the schools foundation? Is it you? Is it people behind the scenes? Is it?
There are no people in this conversation.
And
These are direct expenses. These for things like graphic arts to develop the advertising, social media advertising, pushing the social media work so it has a higher visibility. We purchased advertisements in the Canyon Courier and the Clear Creek Current. That roughly $1,700 was directly out of pocket. We also had to pick up an enhanced Adobe sign license in order to manage the contracts between the providers, the families, and the foundation.
So how does one see the financials that you have or?
Well, I will be back sometime in the next four to 6 weeks to present the closed financials for the last scholarship window. And I would suggest that would be the best place to do it. I can give you some previews. We'll probably be rolling forward into the next scholarship year, roughly $15,000 because we had people drop out or not participate. We made over $85,000 in awards and not all awards were used. We were open for special circumstances and new citizens. So there were a few awards after the original award period. So we did the best we could to spend the money, but it didn't all get spent.
And then another question that I have is you have a board.
I do. They're trustees.
Yeah, and nobody knew about that, I guess.
Who's nobody?
It's just parents asking, like where this is going with the mountain trails, the childcare facility on the other side. People are getting anxious and just wondering what's going on. And so they're starting to ask questions. How do they become part of that board?
That's a great question. If they'd like to participate, they could email me. Or they could email the board, the trustee president, either one. And we'd be happy to talk about expanding the number of trustees. Or perhaps there's a trustee that would like to term off.
So how many trustees do you have?
We have 3.
There's 3. And that's a full board then?
That is our full board.
Okay.
And they can be reached by going to your website and there'll be information about how to email them.
Sure. Or just, yes, the trustees' emails are on the website for theCCSF.org.
Okay, so you don't have other board members then? If somebody wanted to?
I don't understand. We have 3 trustees.
I've just had parents that have asked to join the board just to be part of this,
So they also,
like the EECL. How do they become on the EECL? And so I just.
so the EEC, okay.
Yeah. I know there's a lot of confusion where people are EECL and then we have the Jefferson County Public Health that now is involved. And then it's very confusing to people and I'm just trying to get them to be more involved, I guess, especially when parents come to me and want things rolled along a little faster, get involved and see what we can do with this, right? And I know that the Schools Foundation is one that they've wondered about. So.
And, service as a trustee for the Schools Foundation would be broader than early learning.
Right.
Because we do service, birth through post-secondary.
Right. And you did like.
That would be my only warning.
Yeah, you did other things like at the King Murphy. I know that the fish.
The Trout in the Classroom, we did that in each of the school buildings last year. That was one of our capacity building efforts. Another thing we're doing at Carlson Elementary is we're helping the principal design. The design is complete, but we now have funding to also build her expeditionary learning and play space on the north side of the building. It's roughly 12,000 square feet. 12,000 square foot project, $200,000.
Okay.
Got that fully funded, for example.
And so this administrative ask is just to get the word out to more people.
No, the administrative ask is to pay my bills.
Right, but that was to get the word out, so like the
The publicity and everything you
Right.
mentioned.
Yes, that is one of our most expensive parts of administering the program.
Okay, just to get this right, so when people ask.
That's fine.
The right information. Okay.
Did I hear you right? The $1,700 in the memo? None of that is, those are not salary dollars?
No, there are no labor draws from these funds.
Just for the record, I don't think that should be a red line we have. I mean, Schools Foundation is a partner providing a service that we need. I think anybody else would also charge an administrative fee. And when they're thinking about their administrative fee, they probably would also think about their labor costs. So I'm not trying to say
No,
we shouldn't. I just want to, when I look at $1,700, $1,300 recovered, $1,700 spent, and that's not considering labor. Do you think that if we double, you would be able to offset some of your labor expenses as well? Or what would you do with the additional $1,500 or so?
it would probably go towards recovering costs from the previous year and the current year. And there is a possibility in the future, there could be excess revenue that might go to our general fund. But by the same token, by then it would be my hope that we have an operating early learning center with staggered tuition.
Right.
So that scholarships are no longer an issue.
So there's a chance if we go all the way to 3%, that some of that could end up being dollars that the foundation.
It could end up in the general fund, but I don't see that happening for at least another 9 months to a year to get positive again.
I find this ask completely reasonable. It makes me laugh in that, there've been so many exposés on United Way and, other charities where their administrative costs are huge. Presumably that's also salaries, but I would support moving it to 3%.
Yeah, and as Mitch talks about, there's a lot of volunteers that goes into this. I mean, we have meetings all year and there's moms that step up that are busy raising kids or whatever. And Lil, she gets all the financials together and none of these people are paid, nor are they asking to get paid, but a lot of volunteers hours goes into this.
Not from these funds, but occasionally the foundation does recognize those volunteers with a coffee card, but it's not with scholarship funds.
George, any further comments?
No, yeah, thank you. I'm grateful for everything you've done I was just reading through the 2024, because it's in our packet, the 2024 agreement. It's been a journey. Thank you.
Sure.
May I have a motion?
I think
It's just a work session.
Oh, just a work session.
I
Sorry.
do have a question if I could ask.
Yes.
Just for purposes of logistics, we currently have an agreement with the Schools Foundation for this program. We would need to amend the agreement to address the increase in the fees. I just wanted to know timing wise, if you're looking for it to apply fairly soon, we can bring it early on, or we could wait till September 15th by September 15th, when Mr. Houston comes to speak to the board again for the full financials. It's up to their.
No, we don't have a burning cash flow need for it to occur now.
Okay,
So fit it into whatever makes sense for your process.
terrific. Is that good with the board?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank
All
you.
right, thanks, everybody.
Good seeing you, Mitch.
Bye, thanks for not biting me.
Take it easy.
All right, treasurer and treasurer candidates, please come up.
Is there anything you need me to share on the screen? Okay.
Is there a 9:15?
Thank you for taking time for us. This is kind of a crunch time for us. Me retiring, my term is up at the end of this year and I'm not rerunning for office. I'm pushing everything that I do for the last 18 years into this man's head. We're pushed to the wall pretty hard.
Actually, before we go into that, would you introduce yourselves
Oh.
for the record?
I'm Carol Lee. I'm the Clear Creek County Treasurer and Public Trustee.
I'm Keith Buick. I'm the Clear Creek County Chief Deputy Treasurer and Public Trustee.
Thank you.
July 1st, a Senate bill passed profoundly altering the way treasurer's deeds are processed. Those are tax liens. People haven't paid their taxes and they hold it for a minimum of 3 years and they come apply for a deed to the property. It used to be an easy slam dunk procedure. It is not like that anymore. It looks very much like a foreclosure. It takes longer. The process is more involved. It's just very labor intensive. It's like having foreclosure under public trustee and now foreclosure under Title 39 for treasurers. With me leaving, the incoming treasurer is going to have more to do than they can hope to get done without some added support in the office. And my thought was, while I'm still here, bring in a clerk, not at the low end of the pay scale, but someone who potentially wants to look at more of a career than just collecting a paycheck. And while I've got 4 months left, train this person on how our software works and be able to put more energy learning how to do treasurer's deeds. It takes a lot of concentration, and to be constantly interrupted all day long by the public is nothing gets done and things fall through the cracks, and we can't have that. If you're taking someone's property, it's got to be perfect.
Mhm.
And we've done a pretty good job for a long time, but we've reached a point where we almost can't keep up. I would like to put the deputy clerk position back on the salary as a permanent FTE beginning September 1st. And I figured we're going to be if this works, we would be very particular about who we hire. I'm not looking to just hire a clerk. I need another person like I was 20 years ago. Someone who has some finance background, but not looking to come in and override the existing staff, but actually throw a lot of energy to learning the updated statute. It's more than just a small section.
So just so I'm clear, you will be retiring. And if one of your staff should be elected to your position, then you would have an opening. So you want a second opening or a second FTE?
Yes.
Okay.
Right now, it would be, including myself, until the end of the year, it would be 4 FTEs. Beginning January 2027, we would be back to 3 FTEs. I want to take advantage of the window of time here between now and the end of the year.
Mhm.
So I'm looking at a couple of things. I'm looking at the 2026 budget. I see we have 3 FTEs. We have you, the elected treasurer, and 2 chief deputies.
Yeah.
And so what you're talking about is restoring this deputy clerk treasurer position?
Yes.
Is that at 32 hours?
No, it would be,
The only reason I'm asking is because they were listed in the budget previously as being 32 hours. Looks like that position maybe went away in 2025.
it did. It did. And we need to restore that, and there does not need to be 2 chief deputies.
And
I have
what
HR.
is the salary range you're
The
looking?
salary range from the 2025 salary was the minimum for a 13 non-exempt was 2160 an hour. The maximum was 2980 per hour. If I take the mid-range of 2570 for 4 months, I'm looking at about just salary only, no benefits. I'm looking at about $18,000 additional expense in 2026.
So I have a question. So after the election or when we do the swearing in January, this process would be happening. You're just expediting it from now to then.
Yeah,
The new person would be hiring this position.
yes,
No, it sounds like you wanted them to come in before you left.
right. I'm misunderstanding, sorry.
You're right. I'm just asking to do it now instead of waiting until January or whenever
Right.
the new person is set.
And then what would happen is, so when we're looking at the 2027 budget,
Right,
we'll be looking at, colleagues, I'm just on it. We'll be looking at an FTE count that remains at 3 because
right,
you will have left,
right.
Keith will have taken your FTE. And so we will have reduced 1 chief deputy FTE with so by mid-January, this office will have 3 FTEs.
Correct.
Is that?
Is that how you're understanding it?
Deputy treasurer, are you?
Yes, that's correct. 3 FTEs.
Okay. The reason I'm asking you is I have long admired your work ethic, Carol. And
Thank you.
and your efficiency, right? Because you know this stuff so well. I've long thought that we may need an additional FTE in this office once you are not here. Do you just because we're here and we're talking about your staffing levels, do you think if with basically 2 people helping you that know what they're doing, you can pull this off?
Yes, if they are adequate enough to understand the material, we'll be fine.
Okay.
But if that turns out not to be the case, that might be an ask later on down the road. And we'll have supporting documentation and that for you guys to present at that point. But right now, I don't see a problem with having 3 FTEs.
Now, this may be a you question, maybe a Peter question. Does this salary rate, if you go the mid-range, I just multiplied it by 2,000 hours. I don't know if it's 2,000 hours or 32 hours a week, but that's a $51,400 salary per year. And does that meet the salary when they did the salary study for this level of person? Do we know?
I can't speak to it, but George seems to be nodding negatively.
I can't, because looking at this exhibit A on our comp plan, the deputy clerk treasurer is still listed as 32 hours per week, which means that salary range doesn't reflect market salary for 40 hours a week. So if your intent is to hire 40 hours a week, we would need to get from Carol Ann what the actual salary would be.
Yeah, and I can't speak to whether what you see is the 32 hours adjusted, because people that currently are at 32 hours have an adjusted rate that was made when we reduced their hours so they wouldn't have a loss in pay.
Mm-hmm.
We adjusted their rate. When somebody goes to 40, they go right under the comp plan range, which is what you probably have in front of you. However, that's 2024. It is
Right.
outdated at this point, but likely will need to be reevaluated. And so typically what happens is when they are getting ready to post the position, they'll do it, they'll review the comp study to see if it needs to be adjusted. And then that will inform how they advertise for it.
That's a really good point. So this $21 to $29
Right.
range reflects an upward adjustment for 32. So actually, you're right, the salary may be lower when it gets posted for.
Potentially. I unfortunately,
All we can do is speculate.
I'm speculating.
Um,
I think we have to understand, of course, that even in that position though, what will happen regardless is we'll need to be competitive no matter what.
Correct.
So I'm sure HR will help in that.
Okay.
It's just imperative for the success of that office to have a staff like we've got now. Once I'm gone, it's for the county, not just for the office.
Yep.
Because every department, every customer of the 16,000 Donna talked about, all that money funnels through our office. It's a huge job to keep track of. And when you're
understand.
new, I was in the office for 7 years before I was appointed in 2016. And I came from a large banking background. It was an easy move, and I was still underwater for a long time. I guess my fear is I shouldn't be afraid because what's going on now is very successful. But the workload and the customer interaction is what slows us down, and we have to be open to the public.
Okay, I don't have any more questions.
No,
Jody?
my only thing is I'm assuming that you'll both be part of this, the hiring as well as the interviewing. It's like a team effort here. Since Keith will possibly be the one that ends up.
Right?
Seems very likely.
Yeah.
I just want to point out, I agree, I support this request. And I just want to point out, this is an example of being really, really efficient about how you think about using the public's dollars, right? Or you could be just arguing for another FTE and you probably do need it. Instead, you're basically buying yourself some training time, right? I think it's smart and I think it's efficient. Thank you.
Thank you. I will tell you, and it's not statutory on treasurer's deeds, we have another waiting list based on office staff and the amount of work involved. I can't keep accepting applications. Is now the updated statute has set timeframes, and it didn't really used to before. And so once that clock starts ticking, we're bound by that statute. And I can't accept 10 new applications and I'm back to working Saturdays and Sundays. That's not a good place to be. So I've asked the customers if they'll wait, I'll put them in line. And they seem okay with that.
Oh, good.
That's kind of where we are.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you for the
This is very
consideration.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, we have a lunch break, but it's only 11:15. Should we go to the digital accessibility transition plan? Is
Yeah, that's totally fine.
that okay with everyone?
Yep.
Okay. Megan Heller Wilson.
All right, my friends, I didn't prepare another PowerPoint because it pretty much would have been the same one that I already showed everybody. But I just wanted to show you all the digital accessibility transition plan that I put together. This is just comprehensive of everything that went into all of this and where we are and where we're going. Just for an update, we do have Doc Access successfully installed on our website, and it is also installed on the Clear Creek County Forum. I believe we are working to get it installed on, forget what it's called. It's where people get like permits and apply for permits, that software. So we're working towards that. And then my next step is to meet with our tourism bureau and the animal shelter for their websites. Oh, and Mountain Youth Network, because they have websites that are outside of the county domain. So we kind of have to bring them in so we can make sure that they are compliant as well. Other than that, no crazy updates. We're still plugging along. As long as people upload a PDF to the website, it will go under the doc access thing and we'll be compliant. So yeah, I'm here for any questions if you had any on the report.
I have talked to people over the years, including Val this morning, about how initially this was exceedingly difficult.
Yes.
For counties.
Yes.
Do you want to just give a quick little overview of what's been happening and how you've gotten on top of it?
Sure. So this is a bill that came down, I want to say it was a few years ago. Peter might be able to help me on that, but it was a few years ago for municipalities, so like counties, cities, things like that, to be completely ADA compliant for the web. So not only for the website, for the text you see and the pictures you see on the website, but also the documents. So I became kind of the ADA coordinator once it was our IT director left. So I became the ADA coordinator and kind of took over this. And it was a bit of a learning curve because I did not go to school for this, but I'm public information and I think everybody deserves the right to know what's going on in their community. So this kind of naturally fit. So yeah, it was a lot of research. I did a lot of trainings and learned a lot. David in IT has also been insanely helpful. And originally we got a grant. It was around $200,000 for an outside company to start helping us remediate these big, gigantic documents. So like the open space plan or something like that. So they were originally helping us with those. And so that was great, but we have more documents than just that. And if you think about it, every 2 weeks, we have a massive document go on the website with the packet. So it kind of just became too much for one person to do. So then I started training everybody in the organization that was going to be doing these things on how to remediate their own documents. A lot of times that wasn't necessarily happening because everybody's busy right now. So then I do these meetings with other municipalities who do the same thing. And they brought up Doc Access, which basically is an AI tool that is specifically designed for this. It's not like Chat GPT. This is a specific design for this. And met with them and we ended up starting to do that. So that's been great. And that is integrated on our website. So if you click on a document, you can click the toggle at the top that says make ADA accessible. You can also make it into Spanish, Chinese, whatever kind of website or language you need. You can ask it questions. It'll find things for you. It'll even do handwriting. So that's been really helpful. There's a bit of a lag sometimes because we have so many documents on the website, but yeah, if anybody has a document that isn't loading correctly, send it to me and I will get it to them. So it's been a bit of a lift, but I see the light at the end of the tunnel. So
And my understanding was initially we had to remove some documents from our website because we just couldn't get
yes.
on top of it. Have we
Yes.
been able to backfill and put those back on, make them ADA compliant?
Thank you for bringing that up. We had hundreds of thousands of pages of documents on our website and we didn't want to not be compliant. So we had to take them all down. But if you think about it, that kind of defeats the purpose of being open and showing people what's going on. So I didn't really want that, but we kind of had to do that. So now we're in the process of uploading them all. I believe they are all back on the website, but occasionally I'll get an email and somebody's like, hey, this is an Arrow 404 message. Where's this document? And I see it's a buried folder that I forgot to republish. So I think they're all back on, but if you are a resident and you find a document that doesn't exist, let me know because that's just one that slipped through the cracks. So
Great. And my other question is, we have so many historical handwritten documents and those are also being incorporated, correct?
if they were already on the website, they should be on the website. As for ones that are from like the 1800s, that's a good question because we no longer have an archivist. So that's kind of something that we're still working on. I do know that the clerk's office was starting to, I think they got a grant and they were kind of starting to do that. So I would have to get with them, but that would be the goal. That would be really nice if people could just find any document that they wanted. I do want to shout out the library district. Is Christine Bradley, is that her last name? She has been unbelievably helpful with helping me with older documents. And I kind of have become not the archivist, but when people want archives, they email me. And she has been unbelievably helpful with helping me find those. So
Very good.
yeah.
Thank you
Yeah.
so much, Megan.
No,
That's
I'm
good
glad.
news.
Yeah, I'm glad. It's been fun. It's been a lot of learning. So that's been good.
If the board would indulge me, I just want to give a shout out to Megan. I know you've thanked her, but I have to tell you that this was a big project and early on in the process, I had suggested that the PIO be the person that actually coordinate this because that was a model that we were seeing in some other counties. Megan wasn't brought in initially, and so when she was finally brought in about I would say about a year ago or so, when Colton became county manager, she has just run with this and worked very closely with Axiom, as she indicated, David. But the document that she prepared, and she met with me on it as well, I really have to say she coordinated everything, and real kudos.
Thank you. That's very nice, Peter. Peter's been very helpful. Thank you.
Are you getting, agree with everything that's been said and, oh, yes, you've been right. Are you getting, what's the right way to ask this? I think there are still a number of broken links, and when I hear about them, I pass them along to you. I'm passing a link on to you now that I heard about last week. Are you asking division directors or other people to sort of click through their pages and just make sure, or is this all on you to make sure all the broken links are found?
I know most of, when it comes to just the website in general for the ADA guidelines, I know most of it. So I have kind of been scanning them whenever I am making updates. As for links, I am kind of hoping that division directors kind of know what's going on their web pages and they can send them to me, or people that are in charge of the website. So each department has at least one person that knows how to use the website. So those people have usually been the ones that have been reaching out to me. For example, Nanette has found some broken links on the county attorney page, and she has let me know, and those have been fixed. OEM, we fixed a few as well. So we have a lot of web pages, and sometimes I didn't even know this web page existed because someone sent it to me and it was outdated. And I was like, okay, that's got to be fixed. So I would hope that they would send them to me, but I also, when I'm updating things on the website and I see a page, I generally try to look at it. So kind of a combination of the two.
Has a memo gone out to all of our directors saying this is on them, they need to let you know?
When we first started the ADA, all of that, a person from each division was named as somebody that would be in charge of this, and that was the person that would be handling the website as well. So yes, but that being said, things are different now with the doc access and things like that. So I think maybe a reminder would be beneficial. So maybe I can totally do that this week because that would be beneficial.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's basically where I was getting to. Now, and a way to celebrate, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Now that we're up, everything is here, we can do one last look.
Yes.
And it will be an ongoing process. We have an obligation to continue, and we will continue to do that. The key is the good faith efforts, and so we're there.
Okay.
Thank you, Megan.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, thank you.
I'm happy it's going along. So we're in a big, much different place than we were last year. So that's been good.
We are still ahead of schedule. Do we want to move on to public hearings?
We certainly can. Garrett is here. The question I would have is whether or not we need the other parties to.
The applicant wanted to attend, they were, see if they're out here or online.
Okay,
I think there are some people from the public as well.
okay.
I think there wasn't a time which Commissioner said, don't you usually post a time for public hearings?
It depends on whether we have people that we specifically come in and then we want to give them a time as a courtesy, but on the agenda for purposes of public notice, anytime from 8:30 on is when we can get to it. But it's certainly within the board's discretion, and if you prefer to address these after lunch, we certainly can. If you think that's more reasonable, I prefer.
The first one was out of your office. That one we could.
Again, because it's an ordinance, I probably would wait because we do ask members of the public if they have any comments on that. So if we're going to wait, we certainly could do it. I can check with Kathy and see if she's available.
Okay, well, it
Does
did
that work?
the way you just explained it,
Yeah.
sounds like we can move on.
As a preference, I'd rather not, but
Oh.
we certainly could.
Well, I defer to staff. I mean, if you would prefer not to, we can wait.
My suggestion would be, as long as it's not an inconvenient for Garrett, that we do these after lunch
All right,
at a time.
all right. Then in that case, we will be breaking for an early lunch. Thank you.
Come back at 12:30. Does that work or 12?
Are your people out there or
I
no?
don't think so.
Okay.
In our discussions, we said, start paying attention around 11, be here by 11:30, so we're a little early, so I think they might be on their way, so I think it's probably best to just do it after lunch.
Okay, well, it's 11:26.
So 12?
They're coming in person.
An hour.
No.
They want one person, yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, why don't we take a break until
Would they be
noon?
here at 12?
I think so. I'll call.
All right.
Okay.
Clear Creek Board of County Commissioners is now back in session for public hearings. First hearing is a second reading in order for publication of ordinance number 4-A, ordinance to repeal ordinance number 4. Counselor Parker.
Yes, good afternoon, commissioners. So there was a Scrivener's error in our agenda, and the agenda should have read second reading and adoption of ordinance number 4A and ordinance to repeal ordinance number 4. But no harm, no foul, moving forward. So we are back before you with the second reading of this ordinance. The ordinance, again, ordinance number 4A and ordinance to repeal ordinance number 4. A copy of the entire text of the ordinance has been provided in writing to the commissioners. And then the purpose of this ordinance is to repeal ordinance number 4 that set forth some obsolete rules for the administration of the lands within the historic district. So the historic district public lands owned by the town of Georgetown, town of Silver Plume, Clear Creek County, and state of Colorado. Because ordinance 4 is obsolete and unenforceable, the purpose of ordinance number 4 is just to repeal that, and we'll move forward with a process between staff and the jurisdictions to establish new regulations. And then, so the prior steps here, the ordinance was previously introduced on July 7th, 2026, where it was introduced and the title was read into the record. The board set today, August 4th, 2026, as the date for the second reading. The board ordered notice of the hearing today for the second reading and the text of the ordinance to be published in full 10 days prior to the second reading today, as required by state law. And this next steps today are going to be to allow the public to comment. And then I'm going to request that this board move and vote to approve to adopt ordinance number 4A. And if the board does approve, then we will publish the ordinance in the Clear Creek Current by title only.
I guess my questions aren't so much about the repeal, but about the construction of a new rules regime. Is that an active conversation? Is that a conversation that needs leadership from us?
I believe that, so Lisa Levin is kind of the head, like spearheading that process. And I believe that her intention is for her to go ahead and just move forward with it with the other jurisdictions.
Okay.
And I believe you commented on it at the last hearing as well, so that she was aware of the desire for the board to make sure that those rules were replaced.
Okay. I also mentioned, I'll just mention it again here, that it looks like the Open Space Commission's rules are a carbon copy. And it could be useful to have open space lands also consider a rule change. Some of them, at least the language used is a little outdated. And maybe there's an opportunity for a collaborative conversation where Open Space Commission members are involved. But that's my only comments on this. Otherwise, it's really straightforward.
Jody, any comments?
I don't have any comments. Just thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Public testimony would be the next step then.
Okay. And, but not today.
Today.
Oh, it is today. Okay. Are there any members of the public here to comment on this public hearing?
Anybody online?
Is there anybody online?
If you are online and would like to provide a comment, raise your hand, please. No hands.
All right. Thank you. Closing public comment. Do a public hearing Do we make a ruling on it or do we make a motion to approve it?
So if there's no public comment and there's no other questions from the board, you would make a motion to approve the ordinance. That's one of the motions. The motion also needs to include the language. I'll turn it over to Kathy because I know she's.
Yep, so we want you to move to approve and adopt ordinance number 4, an ordinance to repeal, or ordinance number 4A, an ordinance to repeal number 4. And then your motion, we would like you to note that if adopted, to go ahead and order the ordinance to be published in the Clear Creek Current by title only.
So moved.
Second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. This is the end of a.
Aye, all to say aye.
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 Thank you.
Perfect. This is the end of a long saga of getting this ordinance repealed. So thank you very much.
Thank you for doing that.
Baby steps.
All right, next on the agenda, consideration of approval of resolution 26-50. Planning case RZ 2026-03, Mill Creek self-storage rezoning to rezone the subject properties generally located in the northeast corner of Mill Creek Road and County Road 308 in Dumont area, addressed as 48 Mill Creek Road, 223 County Road 308, and 235 County Road 308, from commercial to C2 and planned development to commercial warehouse manufacturing C-WM pursuant to section 19 of the Clear Creek County zoning regulations for Aaron Thompson of Aperio Property Consultants LLC on behalf of Tony Olilla of Mountain Storage Dumont LLC. Garrett.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a presentation.
It's loading very slowly.
And I'm sorry, Garrett McAllister, Director of our
Planning manager.
Planning Manager. Thank you.
And number 1 is the document you're trying to open, correct?
Let's see,
Oh, it was on here.
should be the presentation.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, number 1.
Okay.
No, let's see. Sorry,
This was the one I picked.
not the packet,
Oh,
the
the second one.
presentation.
Got it.
Yep,
Sorry
that's why
about
the
that.
packet's taking a long time because it's
It's so big.
large.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
No worries. Okay, I'll just go through the staff memo, and then, I also have some slides put together as well.
This one's faster, I promise.
Okay. I'll start with just, stating that staff recommends the board approve the resolution before you for planning case 2026, RZ 2026-03 for the Mill Creek self-storage zoning. An application came to the planning department on April 15th. The full application and supplemental materials are all included in the planning commission packet, which is attached as attachment 1 that Megan was trying to open. It's rather big, but that's the full staff report, the application packet, all that. You can see the proposal here on the screen and then the general location as well on the corner of Mill Creek Road and County Road 308 in the Dumont area. It's about 1.7 acres roughly. Currently zoned, sort of a mix of zoning between PD and C2. The C2 zone parcel, which is 48 Mill Creek Road, along Mill Creek there on the west, currently operates as an existing indoor self-storage facility. That use is allowed by right in the C2 district. The applicant came to the planning department, the building department first, and wanted to expand the indoor self-storage uses on the adjacent PD parcels to the east. And those parcels do not have any development currently, but are approved for outdoor, storage only per the existing PD. So we discussed a few options to like amend the PD or rezone the properties, and ultimately we decided to just rezone all of the properties as kind of the cleaner path for entitlements on this. the C2 district is obsolete and ineligible for rezoning, which is why we chose not to go that route. And instead are rezoning to CWM, which is the commercial warehouse manufacturing district, which allows the uses that they intend for the property. So it's also just worth noting that the applicant is intending to, if upon approval of rezoning and the development review, combine all of the parcels into one property via a lot combination, and then just sort of operate as a single unified parcel. Referral agencies, I think we can go to the next slide, were noticed on June 2nd, 2026. Response letters, actually the next slide after that even, because we already went through the background. Sorry about that. Yeah. Response letters are contained in the Planning Commission packet. Legal notice was published on June 25th. Adjacent property owners were mailed notice on June 2nd. Signs were posted on the property on June 22nd. There were no public comments as of the publication of the staff report. I think there are some interested members of the public online, but no official testimony submitted to the planning department on this. So again, the full staff report with all of the findings and analysis that was presented at the Planning Commission meeting is contained in attachment 1. And then staff is just providing a quick summary of each approval criteria below. You can go to the next slide. 1905.1 is consistency with the Clear Creek County Master Plan. The area of the subject properties is within MU2, multiple use 2 land use designation on the map. These areas essentially allow for multiple uses with an emphasis on commercial and residential development. Economic activity and housing for all income levels are encouraged. The type of mixing and intensity of uses in these areas should be defined in more detail by sub-area plans. We did look at the DLD sub-area plan that was approved recently, I think not even quite 2 years ago. And there wasn't really much to go on in terms of guidance for land use in that area. The DLD plan is great for a lot of other topics, but is sort of a little short on land use guidance particularly. So staff just found that the rezoning request supports the master plan and does not appear to conflict with the DLD sub-area plan. Next slide, compatibility with surrounding uses. To the north and east is MR1 zoning. Hope there's the master plan map there. You can see the property is kind of in that bottom corner of the MU2 future land use map, the purple slide, yeah. So to the north and east is MR1 zoning with some residential development. County Road 308 and Interstate 70 right-of-way is to the south. To the west is C2 and MR1 zoning with a mix of uses. There's a historic cabin adjacent to the property, and then I think automotive repair shop just a little bit further to the west. Section 515 of the zoning regulations states that the purpose of the CWM district is to provide for commercial activities that are larger and more intense than what is allowed in the commercial light manufacturing, but with less impact than those uses allowed in the industrial district. So it's kind of somewhere in the middle maybe of our commercial industrial zoning districts. Principal uses in the CWM district mostly include commerce, what I'm calling commerce related activities, things like storage, manufacturing, warehousing, trucking and transportation, auto and fuel sales, things like that. There are some uses requiring a special use permit that are potentially more impactful, like shooting ranges, outdoor concert venues, circuses, carnivals, etc. But of course, that would be subject to the special use permit process. So staff found that the CWM district is generally compatible with the area. Next slide. Public benefit, this is, every time I do this, this is a tricky one to answer, but staff just finds that the proposal has the potential to provide public benefit through future development. That rezoning presents an opportunity for the community to access additional amenities and services provided by the uses in the CWM district. So there's just a map again of the surrounding zoning and land uses. We'll go to the next slide after this. Adequate infrastructure. Keep going one more slide, Megan. Yeah. So the subject properties are accessed via Mill Creek and County Road 308. The Mill Creek Road is a primary county maintained road. And there appears to be existing access to the property at 48 Mill Creek. There's kind of a little parking lot right off the road that serves the existing storage units. No comments were received from the Public Works Department. So no undue burden on county road and bridge services is expected to occur. The applicant is also proposing access via County Road 308 on the south end of the property, which is owned and maintained by CDOT. CDOT did provide comments, just noting that a highway access permit would be required, as well as a permit for any work occurring in the CDOT right-of-way. The applicant is aware of that. According to the applicant, there's an existing permitted well on the parcel at 48 Mill Creek, which provides water for bathrooms in the existing storage unit building. Wastewater is served by the Central Clear Creek Sanitation District. The applicant does not intend to develop with uses that require utilities, but it just should be noted that there are other uses in the CWM district that could potentially require additional water capacity. So staff found that there's no reason to believe that the property cannot adequately support the necessary infrastructure for uses allowed in the CWM district. And then lastly, change in circumstances, staff just found this not to be applicable because it is not in conflict with the master plan. So in conclusion, staff finds that the application substantially complies with the standards for zoning amendment. And that rezoning these parcels to CWM is an appropriate level of commercial zoning in this area. Staff also found that potential impacts from future development can be adequately addressed and mitigated through section 20 of the zoning regulations. So just to explain a little bit here, what will typically happen with rezoning to CWM, especially for a zoning district that has a little bit more intense uses, those uses most likely will trigger development review under section 20. So most of the principal uses allowed in the CWM district are going to require a follow-up review through the development permit process, sort of like, almost like a special use permit sort of thing. So I will note that during the planning commission hearing, one member of the public provided testimony relaying concerns about the range of uses permitted in the CWM district. And the planning commission did acknowledge that there are a number of permitted and special uses in the district. And that is always an important consideration in a rezoning case. But staff just noted kind of what I just said, that depending on the scale and intensity of the development, other planning processes may be required, most likely development review under section 20, like I mentioned. Should this rezoning be approved, the applicant does intend to develop these additional storage units and would be required to go under development review under section 20. So planning commission concluded that the application substantially met the standards for approval and voted 4-0 in favor of recommending approval to the Board of County Commissioners. And that will wrap up my memo. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, can you clarify the process? I'll just pick as a not so random example of what's allowed under this zone: gas stations. Motor fuel filling station is the language in our code. If a future property owner, or if in the future there was a desire to put a gas station there, what kind of process would it go through?
Yeah, that's a good question. So it depends a little bit on, this is, I'll just say as a preface, this is partly why I don't love regulating commercial districts by use alone, because the intensity of uses can vary even under the same definition, right? Like you can have a little 2-pump gas station, or you can have a very large gas station with a lot of pumps and a big convenience store. And so depending on if there was a future redevelopment on this property, depending on the proposal, one may have to go through development review in section 20 and one may not. Development review standards are outlined in section 20. We have like trip generation is one of them. the number of acres of sort of land that's graded and excavated is another one. And then the amount of square footage of a building is another sort of threshold that may or may not require. So it really sort of just depends on the proposal that comes to planning. But most likely, I would say anything substantial or impactful would require development review.
And that, yeah, I'm just reading through it, that comes to us.
Yep.
Okay.
And in this particular case with this applicant, they are intending to develop storage unit buildings. The footprint is bigger than 10,000 square feet. And so it does trip development review.
So this proposed project would also come back in front of us with a actual design.
If you choose to approve the rezoning, that is the next hearing item. I brought these concurrently just for efficiency, so we didn't have to come back to the board again later.
Got it. Thank you.
So I have a question, and I don't know if I would talk about it now or in the next part, but about the fire protection.
I would say that's probably more relevant to the development review on the next one, but we can generally talk about those standards.
Environment?
Yeah, under building review. Yeah. And there is a comment you'll see in the planning commission staff report, there are some requirements for wildfire review I think it's under development review, not rezoning. Is that right? Yeah. Or is that under rezoning?
Building permit review.
I can't remember. We discuss it in one of the applications. So that is addressed, but then yes, there is also the sort of building permit side of the fire review.
Okay. And you said you didn't get any public comment, written public comment?
No, we had someone who from the historical society, I think. The little. Yeah, they didn't provide any specific comments, just some general questions about the project, and I just informed them of when this case was going before the board, and they wanted to come and provide testimony.
Okay.
Can we do
So
public comment?
do we have public comment or testimony here?
The applicants.
Or here, the applicants we'd
are
like to
here, so
start,
that they-
Okay.
and then public, and then public.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Any further questions for the planning manager?
Yeah, at this time.
All right. Thank you. Let's see. Do we want to let Garrett sit down, or why don't you move over by Megan?
I don't I don't think the applicant has a presentation.
Oh.
They're just here to answer questions.
All right.
So if you have questions for the applicant, we can
Okay.
call them up.
I just have a quick one. I know where this,
Just come up there and say, thank you.
yeah, this way you're on the record and not just
Yeah.
disembodied voices in the audience.
Yeah,
Nondescript
we
people
can
in the
introduce
crowd.
ourselves too. I'm Tony Olowa with Uplift Mountain Storage Dumont. We're the property owner that acquired the property several months ago. Aaron Thompson is our site and design consultant with entitlements. So we can answer any questions, and Garrett did a good job explaining and been through planning commission, and so.
I just have a quick one. Are you the owners of the current storage units there? Okay. Okay. Jody or George? Questions?
My main thing is I know that there was some people from the public that wanted to comment. I don't know if they're online or.
There's
How that
one
works.
gentleman in the audience here who will
Because-
make a comment after this.
I do have a question for you, and I may have, like Jody, more questions after public comment. I see, as I look about compatibility with the rest of the neighborhood, I see that it's addressed in the packet. To the east is a residential property, and the statement is made somewhere in here that view will be protected by a proposed building. Can you just describe a little bit about how impacts to that residential property?
Sure.
Let me take that.
So one of the buildings that we're proposing two buildings on site. And one of those buildings, basically the back side of it will be along the, adjoining shared property line with that property. And so, all the lighting, activity, noise, traffic, everything else, they'll be fully buffered from anything going on inside the property by that building. So it'll be dark, quiet, and they won't see anything that's happening in there or subject to it.
And to that, I'd also just add, we think it's an improvement to the existing condition. Outdoor storage is allowed, so trucks and trailers, RVs, boats are allowed to be parked there, easily seen through the current chain link fence. And this establishment of an interior structure where storage will be within the building will be an improvement to all of those factors.
Is indoor storage? So I know there are storage buildings where you walk inside the building and access your units from inside the building, and then there are ones where you access them from outside.
Yep.
Are both of those called indoor storage?
So technically, drive up is where you access it from the outside.
Okay.
And then interior access is where you access it from the inside. So these two new buildings are proposed to be interior, climate controlled accessed. So everything from the inside, no storage doors facing out.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I don't think I have anything else at this time.
Just a question. Is this going to be heated and electricity provided, water if needed inside? So
Yeah.
if somebody wanted to store like, a fancy car or something or a boat, they could be assured that it's well protected and won't freeze in the winter?
Yeah, so these units won't be able to accommodate a boat or an RV interior access with the hallway.
Okay.
For personal storage. But yes, climate controlled, it will be heated and cooled with electric heat pumps. Water, there's existing bathrooms on site in the current self-storage building. So we're not proposing any new bathrooms or water usage. So that's untouched. There will be a fire storage tank. We've been coordinating our development review application, our building permit application along with Garrett. So it's all kind of together. So we have comments and coordination with the building department and Dustin with the site development review.
So it's better for storage of furniture versus a sports car?
Correct.
Okay.
I don't have any other questions for this part.
No, but I might have some after public comment, and I
All
think
right.
I've come up with another couple for Garrett, but we can wait.
Thank you.
Seats.
Sure.
Okay.
Take you off the hot seats right now.
Online, raising your hand.
Okay, well, let's have the person who's in person first. Why don't you come on up, give us your name and give us your public comment.
Hi, my name is Alan Baird, and I am here as a representative to the Mill Creek Valley Historical Society. And we are the owners of the small historic log cabin that is just east of the property that's getting rezoned. And we are not opposed to the development or the project plan for the most part. A few little things that I might be able to get with Garrett at some time and go over, but the rezoning, we have some questions about. A lot of the members of our group are pretty concerned about changing that zoning to CWM will expand. Sorry, I'm not good with the words, but it'll increase the options that any kind of landowner has for what goes into that site, And we are a little bit concerned about what will happen, maybe not right away, but maybe 3 years or 4 years from now. What could end up being, will it be a 3-story storage, site or a gas station, or what will it be, and so we're wondering if that zoning designation could still stay at planned development in order to kind of restrict a little bit what could happen there, or if the zoning is changed, can it be changed with conditions that you guys might add to the plan that would give a little more restriction as to what can go into that area? And not because we're worried about our little log cabin or anything. We're not concerned that that's going to be impacted, but it could take away from some of the historical vibe of the area, in that cabin, if there is a huge, end up being a huge 3-story building or a gas station or something like that in the area. That's basically what our concerns are.
Thank you. Garrett, is there, if it does change to CWM, I'm assuming we have some sort of limits on what can be developed under that, like the height and.
In terms of uses, yes, we have our allowed uses in the CWM district. We don't really have height standards in our commercial zoning district. Or in any of our commercial zoning districts that I'm aware of. We have height standards for certain uses, like I think solar panels and wind. I think wind or solar energy, so windmills, things like that, but not for actual building structures.
So somebody could put up a 30-story building?
I mean, presumably, yes, I suppose, under our current zoning.
And the question was asked earlier, and I'm not sure if you answered whether or not a gas station could go in there under this.
It could, yeah. Yeah. It just sort of depends on, like I said, the sort of size of the gas station, whether or not there would be sort of an additional review process. Do you have comments to add on the height?
Yeah, I do. On a 30-story building, I sure do. So a 30-story building would almost certainly trigger our section 20 development review.
Yeah.
And so the board would be looking at the criteria there and could mitigate land use impacts with conditions based on those criteria.
Okay, what about a 4-story building?
Same.
Okay, all right. So there are some limitations on height.
There are limitations on development in general, including height. But again, based on the criteria in section 20.
Okay. And then gas station?
Same, if it triggers development review, then it's subject to those criteria. And the triggers there are, is it 2 acres of site disturbance? And so I would point out here that because the applicant is building buildings and that those buildings almost certainly cover 2 acres of the area of the land that they're developing, the removal of those structures also likely would require.
Okay, well, and for gas stations, you'd have to have underground storage tanks. Presumably we regulate that. Okay.
The state regulates that piece, but the excavating and site disturbance we regulate as well.
Okay.
And then the other criteria too is average daily trips.
Yeah.
And it's 200, which is pretty low.
For a gas station?
Yeah, even
Very
for
low
a small
rates.
gas station, so.
Okay. Right. That was my main concern popping up.
I think we might have other comments.
Do we have other comments that we should listen to?
Yes, we had 2 people online raising their hand. First
Right.
is Joanna. I'm going to give her or promote her to panelist.
Joanne Sorensen?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and then we do have another one after Joanne.
Joanne, can you hear us?
Hi, Joanne, you can go ahead with your public comment.
Did you promote her to panelist and did she accept?
She did.
Okay.
Just gonna ask her.
There, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good, thank you. I'm sorry I'm not there in person. I was in the hospital last night. But I do want to offer the comment regarding this zoning category that I feel it is too broad for the proposed use. And the use that probably is of highest concern are the allowed marijuana uses. When businesses, local businesses in the DLD area fail, just look at Downeyville. Marijuana businesses buy up those properties and turn them into marijuana businesses. They do not serve the local community, they serve the traveling community. And so you're driving out businesses that are utilized by locals. So I would not be opposed to this zoning if it excluded the possibility of someday being automatically turned into a pot shop, or just zone the entire parcel for PD for this specific unit. And if someday in the future this specific business is not successful, a new owner could come in and propose whatever and go through the whole public process. That's my recommendation. Zone it PD as the applicant has applied for this specific use.
Thank you, former Commissioner Sorensen. Anybody have any questions for Joanne? Any comments?
There were no questions during public comment anyway.
Now, Larice Sell, I'm going to promote you to panelist. I'm sorry if I messed up your name. Okay. Hi there, you can go ahead with your public comment.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm with the Mill Creek Valley Historical Society too. I think some of the concerns that we have, we will have to address to the owners concerning the runoff of water, because we've had problems with that building. That's why we're restoring it now, is because of bad drainage there. And one concern that we saw on their plan was to have a big water tank right next to the building in the back. If something would happen that would break loose or spill, it would come right into our building. We've spent a lot of money restoring that building and we really want to keep it from floating down the road. Joanne pretty much covered everything else, and Alan pretty well covered everything, all the other concerns that we had. So that's pretty much my concern, is that they will be considerate of our historic building.
Great. Well, thank you very much for your comments.
All right, if anybody else wants to provide a comment, raise your hand. No hands raised.
Okay. This concludes the public comment period. Do we have any other comments that we should hear? Garrett.
Staff is happy to just address a couple of the comments if.
Thank you.
So the first one I'll just mention in terms of grading and drainage. I don't know what the exact standards are in our site development department that triggers a grading and excavation plan, but almost anything down on this property would require that. That is the case with the applicants here. They actually have an existing grading and excavation plan with Dustin in the site development department. And so those issues are known and are being mitigated. And the applicant can talk a little bit more about that, maybe at the development review side of things, if you'd like to know more details about how they plan to mitigate that water runoff, they can talk about that. But I just wanted to make that note.
I'll pop in real
Sure, yeah.
quick to let you know that the site disturbance, a permit's required for 800 square feet
Thanks.
or 10 cubic yards of site disturbance. So, and then as part of that erosion control plan, but there's a more to the name than that I'm blanking on, but that's required as part of that permitting process.
Oh, thanks, Kathy.
Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. That's great. The other thing I was just gonna note is the plan development rezoning has come up a couple of times. Sort of the comment that let's leave this as plan development, let's just modify it. While I understand the desire to do that, I think that has been sort of practice, it seems like, in the county over the years to zone a property to plan development and then restrict it to 1 or 2 uses max to sort of control what's happening on the property. That's really not in the spirit or the purpose of the plan development district. The purpose of the district is in section 9, and it really says that the idea for a plan development district is to develop tracts of land for creative and flexible development concepts, not otherwise provided for within other zoning districts. So usually it would contain a mix of uses or specific uses not allowed in other zoning districts. So a unique project that has a bunch of different things going on. That's really not the concept here with the applicant. So it's not really an appropriate zoning district in my opinion. And that's why staff recommended that we not go the route of amending the existing PD. We just remove that and provide just a straight rezoning.
Thank you.
Some helpful background on the zoning decision.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you talk to me about how, let's say this property is rezoned? Can you talk about how water intensive uses might be regulated or dealt with?
Yeah, those would need to be addressed, most likely through the state, I think, with well permitting or, what do we call it with the water bank with, augmentation plan. Thank you.
So there's like the legal water supply issue. There's also the physical water
Yeah.
supply issue, right? And does our development review trigger any kind of prove you're not gonna make your neighbor's wells dry if you put I know data centers aren't occupied with water. Anything in our regs that can protect against a high water use?
Yeah, I would say most likely, yes. It again, it sort of depends on the proposed use. I can just kind of look, like briefly, I could just look at what's allowed in the CWM district and just again, give you kind of a sense of what may or may not.
Development review also.
And certainly, yeah, if there's any project that would trigger development review, yes, absolutely. We require, a description of the proposed method of water supply, evidence of availability, all that good stuff. There could be some uses allowed in the CWM district that are allowed by right that would also require water that may not trigger development review. I think that list of uses is probably pretty small, and it would probably have to be a pretty not very intense development in order to be able to scoot under our development review criteria. But I think just in all honesty, it's probably possible. I don't know exactly, I can't give you an exact idea of what that development would look like. But I think it would be relatively unlikely.
So if somebody wanted to come in 10 years and build a hotel what would that look like as far as zoning goes? It would be zoned for that.
Well, under current zoning, I don't think a hotel is allowed under the CWM district.
It would just be for
The
like
U,
gas stations, the,
yeah, so I'll just go through the principal uses, I think this would be helpful. So cold storage lockers, but not including slaughtering on the premises. Mini storage units, manufacturing, processing, or fabrication, except for things that are hazardous. Warehouse distributorship, truck terminal, semi-trailer storage, truck stop, sales or rental agency for heavy excavation or construction equipment, telephone exchange, electrical substation, public garage, motor fuel filling station, car wash, maybe that's a good example. That would require a lot of water. A car, like, and again, like Kathy had mentioned, if this is approved and they build the storage units, anything that happens on that property in terms of redevelopment is going to trigger development review because you're going to have to tear down those storage units anyway. And grade the property and plan for redevelopment. So there's not one, like if the rezoning goes through and the development review is approved and they build the units, they're sort of stuck with that use. Pretty much, I would say, unless maybe some kind of use gets added. But even then, there's not a ton of room on the property because these buildings are fairly large. So just practically speaking, it'd be tough to do much, I think, on the property without this sort of like planning review process.
Because a development review gets triggered if you're modifying improvements above 10,000 square feet and they're proposing to build one. That's your logic, right?
Exactly.
Or
yeah.
grading
Or
over
yeah.
2 acres.
Yeah.
Grading over 2 acres.
Yeah. So if there is, if there is,
And then again, if those two items weren't triggered, then it's likely that intense redevelopment would trigger the 200 average daily
Yeah,
trips.
yeah.
So we've got those three that are kind of working together to it doesn't guarantee that it will go through the development review in section 20, but it makes it very likely.
Do you know how many mini storage units are going to be built?
well, there's 2 buildings.
Okay.
Yeah. But the number of units interior, I'm not sure. The other thing I think is worth noting, and again, this is a little bit more related to the development review permit itself, but the development review permit has conditions, and we do say that if there's any proposed changes of use, that permit needs to be either modified or rescinded, or something needs to happen with that permit. So that is another sort of layer to this that would sort of protect, the public interest in what's happening on that property.
Okay. Any other questions? No. That's a big sign.
No, I think that
not for this part anyways.
they've all been answered. So I'm ready to share my opinion. I don't have any more questions.
All right. May I have a motion?
Are you ready for?
Yeah,
I mean, I can do it. I'm just making sure.
I'm fine with moving forward with the motion. I mean, my opinion is that we should approve it, and I can explain why here while we're deliberating. I'm convinced we have an applicant that's asking for a zone that I'm convinced they meet the standards for the zone. And I'm happy with the guardrails around other uses that could inadvertently be authorized here. So.
I will make a motion for the approval of resolution R 2650, planning case RZ 2026-03 Mill Creek Self-Storage Rezoning to rezone the subject properties generally located on the northeast corner of Mill Creek Road and County Road 308 in the Dumont area, addressed at 48 Mill Creek Road, 2023 Colorado Road 308 and 235 County Road 308 from commercial to C2 and plan development PD to commercial warehouse and manufacturing CWM pursuant to section 19 of the Clear Creek County zoning regulations for Aaron Thompson of Aperio Property Consultants LLC on behalf of Tony Oella and Mountain Store Duma LLC.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
I just want to say, like, I had some concerns on this. It sounds like there's a ton of guardrails that this can't like explode into something. I know the Dumont, Wilson, Downeyville area is very conscious of keeping their area the way that it is. And if there is development, you know, they want it to be respectful and responsible.
Okay, any further comment? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Moving on to public hearing consideration of approval of resolution R 26-51, planning case 2026-01, Mill Creek Self-Storage Development Review for the subject properties generally located in the northwest corner of Mill Creek Road and County Road 308 in the Dumont area, addressed as 48 Mill Creek Road, 223 County Road 308, and 235 County Road 308, from commercial to C2 and planned development PD to commercial warehouse manufacturing C-WM pursuant to section 20 of the Clear Creek County zoning regulations for Aaron Thompson of Aperio Property Consultants LLC on behalf of Tony Oella of Mountain Storage Dumont LLC.
That is the rezoning.
Oh, sorry.
Do you have the development review?
Yep, let's be.
I also just will note, I think I goofed up on some of these addresses. Luckily, I put the legal description in the memo, so we know what properties we're talking about, but
And the memo is a matter of public records.
yes, yeah.
Yes, it's that one. Oh, yes. Right.
All right, I got it. I was just in the wrong window.
You'd be able to.
The one that's section.
Correct. And you just see where there's a discrepancy in the agenda? Just
Yeah.
here.
So
You read the right one.
Oh, well, I
was
took
gonna
it off
say-
of this.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
um,
she's bringing up the.
I don't know what I was doing here.
So I think this is correct, right? Because this one is section 20.
So the
Section
map,
19 is the map, right?
the map is correct. So it's 48 Mill Creek and it's 235 County Road 308 and 223 County Road 308. So
Okay,
The 228 is incorrect. I don't know why I put,
I have a 235 County Road 308.
Yeah.
Okay,
and that's what's in the agenda language.
all right.
So my memo is incorrect and I can amend the memo if we,
The memo's incorrect, but the language that was just read on the agenda is correct.
is correct.
That's all
Okay.
I'd be concerned about here.
And I did get the legal description correct too. Okay. So staff recommends the board approve this resolution 2651 for planning case 2601, the Mill Creek Self-Storage Development Review case. Again, the background is very similar here. An application was submitted on April 15th. With the rezoning application, they were submitted concurrently. The development review request is required pursuant to section 20 of the zoning regulations because the proposed footprint of the development exceeds 10,000 square feet. There is no new development proposed at 48 Mill Creek, but the applicant does intend to combine the subject properties into one lot, which we had talked about. So staff is just applying development review to all of the properties as a unified development. You can see the approximate development area calculations here on the screen. The existing storage unit building is 8,300 square feet. And then the proposed units, A is 4,900, and then building B is 6,800. Total new construction is around 11,700 square feet for a total somewhere around 20,000. I think that might be off by a little bit, but generally it's about that range. It's over, regardless, the important thing is that it's over 10,000, which requires this review. Again, all referral agencies were noticed and legal notice was published in the Current. Adjacent property owners were notified, signs were posted, no public comments were received. The analysis here, section here, sorry, Megan, I'm moving kind of fast just because so section 20 basically states that the development review, the findings for approval for development review are that the proposal conforms with the provisions of section 10 of the zoning regulations. Section 10 is our development standards. So the staff report in the attachment goes through all of section 10 and provides findings and analysis. Staff just shortened that here and provided a quick summary of the applicable approval criteria. There's several criteria that aren't really applicable. Starting with services and infrastructure. Again, we talked about this. There is an existing well permit that serves the development at 48 Mill Creek. Wastewater is served by the Central Creek Sanitation District. There are no new utility demands at the site, aside from expanding the electrical service that already exists. That's the applicant's statement. The applicant did provide a traffic report estimating the total number of trips, the total development at full build out with both the existing and proposed structures will generate 24 daily vehicle trips, which is well below our 200 average daily trip threshold. So pretty minimal impact there. There are no comments from the Clear Creek Fire Authority, but the applicant has coordinated with the fire authority regarding fire suppression for this development and the surrounding properties. And I think the applicant can talk a little bit more about this. But the result of that coordination is a 525 square foot, 25,000 gallon capacity on-site water storage tank for fire suppression. The applicant notes that the tank will be accessible for fire suppression for the existing structures on the property and then other structures in the neighborhood as well. So there's some benefits there to the historical cabin and some of the other properties. It appears that the subject properties have the adequate infrastructure needed to support this proposed development, and no undue burden on public services has been identified at this time. Environmental impact, the applicant did provide a geotechnical engineering report and essentially concluded that subsurface conditions allowed for this proposed building to be supported. County GIS resources show slopes in excess of 40% on the northern part of the property, but there's no development proposed there. But there may be some concerns related to rockfall. So some mitigation efforts may be necessary. Review is conducted as part of site development's grading and excavation permit process. Had this conversation with Dustin already, just for the record. And some additional mitigation may be required for that steep slope and that rockfall zone. That's really handled by site development when they go through the grading and excavation permit process. I included a condition that they have to go through that process, but that's just kind of belt and suspenders. They're already doing it. And then I'll just note too that the Colorado Geological Survey stated no objection to the development proposal. Wildfire mitigation report. This is what I was thinking of earlier. So according to GIS resources, the wildfire risk on the property is moderate depending on what map you're looking at. In particular, there's the fire intensity scale, burn probability, wild and urban interface map. They're all somewhere in the low to moderate range, certainly not in a high risk area. Pursuant to section 10 of the zoning regulations, a wildfire management plan is required if the development proposal is over 10,000 square feet or within a severe wildlife hazard area. Obviously, the proposed development is over 10,000 feet, but because wildfire risk is not severe, because defensible space and structure hardening will be reviewed under the county's wildfire resiliency code during the building permit process, which I talked about during the rezoning case. Because the subject properties are roughly 0.35 miles from the Dumont Fire Station. And because of the large capacity fire suppression tank proposed to serve the site in the area, all of that combined, staff felt that there was really no reason to believe that the existing wildfire risk is not adequately addressed and mitigated. So we waived that requirement with this proposal.
Quick follow-up there. Do you require fire resistant building materials? That is dealt with at the time of building permit. So I don't know exactly what the building code standards there are. I don't know, maybe Kathy knows a little bit.
I can't tell you the very specific standards without pulling out your brand spanking new wildfire resiliency code that the board recently adopted, I think back in April. That just became effective as of July 1st. And so when this development goes in for building permits for the actual structures, they will be subject to the wildfire resiliency code. And they will have to, likely there will be building hardening requirements. I think it's the parcels are already developed, so I'm not sure if there is vegetation on the parcels, but if there was a lot of trees, then they would have to do defensible space at that time too.
Thank you.
Do you know, just on this topic, we might as well just pause here for a moment. Do you know, or the developer, do you know, will the building be required to have sprinklers?
This is a I don't remember if this is sprinkler or what.
The answer is no, it's not required, and that's the point of the fire storage tank. Meeting the defensible requirements. Is there a David Karen online?
Yes, there
Ask
was.
David.
He is our architect.
He'll
He's
know.
done with the building department.
Excellent.
Can answer all the technical. If he's there.
All right, I've promoted him to a panelist. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is David Karen, and I am the architect for this project. So in our building permit review process, per the building code, these do not need sprinklers. They are not large enough to require sprinklers. However, per the code, we're just over 1,000 feet from the fire department, which is why we are required to put in the fire protection storage tank. And the storage tank is sized based on the volume of our buildings. So if we had more building, the tank would get larger. It's sized for basically 2 hours worth of water. And for some of the other fire hardening requirements is that, yeah, the WUI codes require non-combustible building materials and all of that stuff. So hopefully that answers your question.
What water source supplies the tank? Are they buying it and bringing it in or from the well?
It is likely it'll be brought in by truck.
I think I might have read this, or no, I may help me understand. You're talking about water storage for public use. You said for neighborhood use. So will you allow during a fire on a neighboring property access to that cistern?
It's required. It's designed under the standard that is NFPA 1142, and that is the rural kind of firefighting standard that like neighborhoods and subdivisions out in the county, anywhere in the country where there isn't like a domestic fire system, they'll have like a community reservoir that's just used for fire protection. And those would be sized at that neighborhood level. For us, it's sized at the lot level based on the size of our buildings. But yes, it is required to be publicly accessible through the fire department.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Shall I finish?
Yes, you shall.
Okay. I just want to make sure we got those questions answered first before we, okay. So the last item here was just wildlife impact mitigation. We did not receive any comments from Colorado Parks and Wildlife. But the applicant does intend to provide trash receptacles, so we just have a condition regarding bear-proof trash containers. And then the last item is off-street parking. The required number of spaces for the development is 10, including one handicapped van accessible parking space. According to the site plan, the total number of proposed parking spaces for the development is 12. The applicant will be providing 5 new parking spaces, and there are 6 existing parking spaces on the west side of the storage building at 48 Mill Creek, and then there's 1 existing handicapped van accessible parking space on the north side of the building, so they meet the code there for off-street parking. Lighting for the parking areas is required and must comply with section 10. And staff has included a condition to discourage light pollution, which the applicant is aware of and accepted, just particularly for not to impact the residential uses near the subject properties. So this condition doesn't just apply to the lighting on the parking lot, but for the entire development, just to be clear on that. And then the list of proposed stipulations and conditions is the last thing to discuss here. So as I had mentioned before, the development review permit is approved only for the uses and structures shown on the site plan. So any proposed change to the permit shall require an application and approval pursuant to section 20. So if I didn't want to talk about that in the rezoning because it sort of, that condition and that piece is sort of contingent on the approval of the development review. But that is yet another guardrail here. So if there's any change to the property, they would be required to amend the development review permit. And we have some different standards where an amendment can be administrative if it falls below certain thresholds. Most likely with development review amendments, they come back for a public process. Maintaining compliance with these stipulations and conditions, as well as all other zoning regulations, is another condition. Planning department may verify compliance at any time. The property owner may request in writing the termination of the permit at any time. Lighting on the property, we talked a little bit about that, but it's just that it shall not exceed 12 feet in height, fully shielded, motion activated, and shall utilize dark sky approved lighting fixtures. All refuse shall be stored in animal-proof containers and or made unavailable to domestic and wild animals. Number 7 is, again, just about safety from rockfall hazards and just review under the grading plan and grading and excavation permit application. And then the last 2 are just kind of standard ones that we always put in. The restrictions are binding upon all owners and respective successors and interests. So this runs with the land, and then to the extent applicable, federal, state or federal rules, regulations, codes, ordinance, et cetera, apply. So the planning commission found that the application substantially met the standards for approval outlined in section 10 and voted 4-0 in favor of recommending approval to the Board of County Commissioners. And that will wrap up my memo. Thanks.
You? Do we need to ask the applicant if they have any other statements or good?
We're fine, but
Just available to answer more questions, and we can also address the questions raised by the Historical Society whenever you're ready.
Okay. And do we allow public comment again for the
Yes.
second part? Okay. Is there anyone in the audience available for public comment?
Yes.
Okay, but would you come forward?
I'm sorry I'm late. We thought your, meeting was.
Okay, actually, you'll need to come up by the microphone there.
Oh, okay.
And just introduce yourself.
And if you would tell us your name and approximately where you live.
My name is Chris Miller, and I am this treasurer of the Mill Creek Valley Historical Society, who owns the Mill City House, which is right in front of the property that is in question. And I also live up Mill Creek Road, which is just 124, which is right up from 448 Mill Creek Road. The biggest question was, since you now went ahead and rezoned it, is the water tank. And where you had it proposed, I think is the biggest thing, because it's right behind the Mill City House. And we were just concerned about if it is possible to relocate that in your site plan. And like, we didn't want 2,500 gallons of water, flowing into the Mill City House.
And is that the historic cabin?
That's the historic cabin.
Your colleague mentioned. Okay.
Yes. So that was the big question, and I didn't hear anything about, I assume they talked about the infrastructure and drainage before. I don't know what, I'm sorry, I was late and didn't hear about what they were planning on doing with that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
And applicants, did you want to make any comment about what has just been discussed?
Sure. Confirm there's no more public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there anyone online?
Yes, Joanne Sorensen is.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Thank you. And you've promoted her again?
Mhm.
Okay, Joanne, go ahead.
Oh, 1 second, she's rejoining.
Hi, can you hear me? Am
Yes,
I on?
you
Okay.
are on.
Okay. What we looked at was page 127 of the design review packet. Is it possible to pull that up on your screen so you can see what the Historical Society is questioning?
It was in the packet? That might take a
Yes,
second.
it was
Yep,
page.
George found it.
Yeah, page 127 in the design review packet. And what we were looking at is what is the setback from the property line? Where is the front of this new property? Is it on County Road 308? And is the fire storage tank meeting the setback requirements from the front? We're concerned about the condition of the cabin. Tens of thousands of dollars have been spent to restore it. It's on the National Register of Historic Places. And the potential for damage to the cabin, should there be an issue with the fire storage tank, would be tremendous.
So we're looking at, oh, to the, Madam Chair, to the commenter, I was distracted with finding the map and I didn't hear precisely the comment. Can we just ask that the comment be repeated?
She's concerned about the potential damage by water spilling from the storage tank onto their historic cabin that they've spent tens of thousands of dollars to renovate.
And then there was something about not wanting to know the boundary line. Did we capture that too?
I think that one of the questions she had was whether the placement of the storage.
I think it just in an effort just to have a very clear record. Joanne, would it be possible for you to repeat your question?
In looking at this site plan, now we have a new parcel. What is the front of this parcel? What's the side? What is the back? And what are the setback requirements from whichever boundary we're looking at? Are we looking at now a new front to this parcel? Is the front County Road 308?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I appreciate that. And so now I'll ask that question.
Yeah, so we would be. So there's sort of there's two accesses to this parcel. I think for planning purposes, we would probably consider the front of this the main access, which is going to be off of County Road 308. So we would probably consider that the front of the development. I think that's consistent with what the applicant is envisioning as well. So front setbacks are 20 feet. So it is possible that this tank does not comply with current setbacks. And so we will just need to address that as part of our site plan review and building review.
Yeah, I think that was an important consideration to have 25,000 gallons of water potentially, if any damage occurs to that tank, potentially rushing onto the cabin, which is a National Historic Register site.
I have a question. Is existing building lot 8 the cabin?
Yes. right? I can't see I can't tell on the map.
Zoom in a little bit.
I don't know where you want me to zoom in. It's very big. Figure out where to go.
Yeah.
Lot 8.
Doing still the.
It is.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
right
so.
down here. I can point you
Just
to the
take
dialogue.
Yeah, it's the Mill City House.
Okay.
That's
It's right below the storage tank.
Yeah, right
Right
there.
there.
Yep.
Sorry, it's a little.
Are we done with
zoom
Joanne?
in.
I presume her comment is concluded by now.
I think I've raised the issue of concern.
Thank you, Joanne.
So when I look at the scale, the fire storage tank is maybe even less than 10 feet, the property line.
Sorry, ask your question.
I was just saying that the storage tank looks like it's less than 10 feet.
Yeah, so this is a little tricky because the regulations say the front lot line, right? So the front lot line technically here is the line that you can see that's on County Road 308. So when I was looking at the reviews, my reviews, I was just looking at the setback from that line that runs adjacent to the right of way there.
That's correct.
The other lot lines that are adjacent to properties aren't really considered a front lot line. That's more of a side or a rear lot line, depending. So when I was looking at that, I actually did not, I will admit, I did not look at the setbacks on the side lot lines. I really only looked at the front one, but I think for this discussion, we would consider this a side yard because it's not adjacent to the right of way and where the access is and the front. So that would be 10 feet. I don't know if this is 10, maybe the applicant can.
I can help with this discussion quite a little bit here. So that right there on this plan is currently set back at 10 feet to that interior lot line. We actually, through the grading and excavation permit review and through our building permit review, are actually rotating that tank away from that lot line a bit. So it's more of on a northwest southeast angle. So it's going to be set back further from the cabin. And then to the 25,000 gallon concerns and so forth. So half the tank is underground. So this is going to be a brand new concrete structure, 6 or 8 inches in thickness, wall thickness. I mean, it's going to be a hefty, and then it'll have pipes that go down to the fire department. So it is not going anywhere. So only about 3 feet or 3.5 feet or so will be above grade. The rest of it is all below ground. And it'll be sealed up and all brand new. So it's not like a polyethylene type tank or that you might see, say in agricultural use or anything like that. It's a solid structure. It's actually a permitted building. And so it's got quite a few requirements to meet. So we have rotated that back a little bit. So the minimum it'll be away is 10 feet, but most of that tank is going to be more like even greater than 20 feet. It'll be 30 feet away from that cabin. So hopefully that answers questions on the tank. And we need it to in that location for the fire department because when they drive in, it needs to be right there where they can hook up to it. So let's say the cabin's on fire, it needs to be immediately accessible to our buildings or to that or to whatever's there. So it's right inside the gate.
We have another public comment. Oh, sorry.
Oh, well, let's get through public comment and we'll get to questions.
All right, this is Mrs. Sell again.
Go ahead. Can you hear us? Mrs. Sell, can you hear us?
You'll have to unmute.
Okay, now can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
This question has really more to do with being a neighbor to the storage units. Are you gonna have that locked at night? Is the gate gonna be locked so people can't go in there after hours?
Yes, ma'am. In fact, we have business operating hours of 7 a.m., Tony, to 10 p.m. Is that correct? More or less 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. After that, the gate locks are inaccessible.
Okay, good, because out here, people come in there at 1 o'clock in the morning, midnight. I don't know whether they're supposed to be there, not supposed to be there. I've called the police a number of times and they've caught people breaking in over there. And the way that is situated down there, it gives them even more opportunity to come in and not be seen after hours and be doing damage to your building as well as ours after
Yeah.
we museum in there.
Yeah, currently there's no keypad control. There's just a gate with a lock on it. And we're going to install a keypad, an automated keypad for security control.
But owners still wouldn't be able to get in after hours.
They will not.
Okay,
Correct.
that's what I'm, that, it has nothing to do really with the zoning, and I have no problem with your zoning as long as you remember that you've got a very historic neighbor there. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online for public comment, Megan?
No more hands raised.
All right, thank you. Colleagues, any further questions?
Is that it for public comment?
Yes, closing public comment.
I have a couple that came out, but I don't have to jump in front of you, Jody.
Go ahead, George.
Okay, so if presuming that the way this is laid out, the storage tank doesn't ultimately meet setbacks, just presuming that can be addressed during the building phase, correct? Like this approval isn't certifying that this map is accurate to the policy. It's just saying if it is, we approve it, correct?
Yeah, I think that's correct. And I think, in terms of process, I think because it's considered a building and has a building permit, we would potentially need to go through a variance if it doesn't meet the setback, but.
So the variance would happen at the building permit process.
No, that's
The
a-
variance is needed.
That's a planning process and it would go to the BOA for approval.
So my take was that Garrett did interpret the setbacks requirements correctly. That front setbacks are typically what the property faces when it faces a street, similar for the front of the property. And then zigzag, even the sides, even if they are zigzag, are still side setbacks. And so the side setbacks here are 10 feet.
So the enforceable setback is 10 feet and I'm not gonna get out a ruler. It will be built within the setback. Okay.
It must be, or it
Correct.
must be built outside of the setbacks.
Yes, not within. Thank you.
You meant.
Do we have any legal authority to talk about the location of the cistern as like a speculative neighbor impact?
So they just need to meet our regulations. So that would be our zoning regulations, our building code, our wildfire resiliency code. They also need to meet the fire protection district's regulations. But aside from that, the applicant's the master of their application, right? So this is what they've proposed. And so your role here is to determine whether what they've proposed meets the requirements of our regulations. And if they do, it's something that would be approved. I will mention that they're responsible for not negatively affecting their neighbor's property under general tort law, right? And so and I am not entirely familiar with water storage tank requirements, but I tend to believe that they are heavily regulated to make sure that, that the container that they're in isn't going to rupture and spill out. Because it is 25,000 gallons. It's a lot of water, more than just damaging property that could hurt people. But I think that either the applicant or the applicant's architect could address that issue.
Yeah, here again, it's a permanent structure and it's structurally designed. Our structural engineer has prepared plans and details for the construction of it to hold water. So that's what it's designed for.
And it's also a reason it's mostly underground. It
Correct.
alleviates many of those issues. It also works for us. We don't need to heat it because we're low enough in the ground, it won't freeze. And typical waterproofing membranes and pretty standard construction helps keep everything in a belt and suspenders. So even if the concrete cracks a little bit, there's a separate water membrane on top of that.
Ready? Are you done, George?
Yeah.
I just wanted to make a comment that it sounds like improvements to this property's drainage will be a benefit to the neighborhood, and the worries that this water is going to get around the cabin, or I know I've been through there and 308 can just be completely flooded, and I don't know where all the water comes from, but it all rushes down and takes out the side of that road. So that is definitely an issue in that area. But this sounds like that would be an improvement to that.
Yeah, I actually stopped and looked at that specifically this morning. And yeah, where that all comes from down that hill, there's a lot of space, a lot of areas that could be coming down to on 308, but specifically this site and in reference to the cabin. So what I noted is Alan had noted that the culvert under the drive is pretty well silted in, and it is. It hasn't been maintained at all. So we'll clean that out. We'll grade it out a little bit to flatten that out and put some clean rock around it to help keep it from getting silted back in.
Is this the one on 308 or?
Correct. It's under our driveway on 308.
Okay.
It's about that big. It's a little metal culvert that goes under there. Additionally, what I noted is that the water right now comes down the east side of the cabin, and kind of there's a cut that you can see that's developed. It's not huge, but there you can see where the water has historically been doing that. As part of our grading and excavation plan, we're required to provide water quality treatment for stormwater. So runoff has to get like filtered out before it can leave the site. So what we're proposing is grass swales along the perimeter of that part of the property. And so we'll dig basically a channel, say this wide and about that deep, that will catch that water that's historically been going onto their property and cutting down to the culvert. And it's still going to go to that culvert. It's just going to go on our property. And so we'll redirect that to the east of the cabin and then take it to the culvert. So it should be a big improvement for them.
And presumably if your culvert's only this big, it probably needs to be a little bigger.
Well, I looked at that and I looked at all of them up and down there and they're all pretty tiny. And so I guess we can see what happens. I think really to start with, it really needs just cleaned out and some rock put around it to keep it from silting back in. Just carrying dirt in there and it's just dumping it and leaving it. And I mean, literally there's this much space in the top of the pipe. And I can see how it's not carrying any water at all, really.
Yeah, I know that planning department has culvert standard sizes for anticipated runoffs.
Yeah, that would probably be more on the site development side with Dustin and Stoy, but yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
I just noted one more thing. I just want to ask the applicant about condition number 5. This is discouraging light pollution. I see that your parking lot will be required to be lighted, and condition number 5 is discouraging light pollution. You find condition number 5 to be acceptable?
Yeah, we're not going to add any new parking lot lights. And we're going to add some building lighting interior to the property. But again, this is one of the things I was referring to with the neighbor. We're not going to have any lights on that side of the building. And so everything, all the lighting is going to be inside, and it'll all be dark pretty much everywhere anymore. All the fixtures you are allowed to put on a building, and pretty much everything we select is full cutoff and dark sky compliant. So all the lights directed down.
Yeah, to echo that, yeah, we're no pole lights. It's all building mounted lighting, which will adequately serve the site.
Thank you. That's my last question, Jody. You mentioned you think this could result in improved stormwater management. I'll second that by saying that this could improve the fire risk situation, adding a publicly available cistern on or at the bottom of a road that is sections of which are declared non-survivable during a fire is a big deal. And not to mention potential revenue from this to fund, you know, all of the work that counties do to reduce fire risk.
I do have a question, though, when we talk about lifetime benefits to the county, is this another one of those that falls under services?
That's a lawyer question.
So public benefit,
So that is one of the criteria for the rezoning, which I can't wait to take out of the rezoning criteria because it's so difficult to know until you have an actual development application. I think that is a more important criteria here in the development review component of this project. And I would say, yes, I think there are a number of, we've talked about a couple here with improved wildfire resilience and improved drainage on the property. Those are both, I think, public benefits from this particular development. So
That's not the question.
is that not the question?
No.
That is some benefits, but we're wondering like service, excise tax, we're building this story about services that we cannot tax.
Oh, are the transactions taxable? Is the
Resident
rental or
service.
storage space
Oh,
taxable
okay.
for sales tax?
Well, that's
I do
definitely
not know
outside
that.
of my expertise.
Okay, well, we'll let you research that. That's huge. I mean, this county appreciates new businesses, but we also would appreciate being able to tax it.
definitely will create property taxes, but I don't know. Do you know? Do you pay sales tax on the rental of?
The units themselves, no.
Yeah.
The merchandise that is sold, yes.
Okay.
The way the state
So good at
keeps the
this.
counties under their thumb, right? Okay.
I don't have any more questions after going through it so thoroughly. It feels fairly straightforward.
Madam Chair, before you move on, I do want to let you know that there is one person who already commented in public comment. Their hand is raised, so I just want to reiterate that public comment is closed, so they cannot offer additional public comment at this time.
Okay. And if you didn't hear that, public comment has been closed. Thank you. All right, may I have a motion if we are ready?
Yes, I move we approve resolution 26-51 on planning case 2026-01 Mill Creek Self-Storage Development Review for the subject properties generally located on the northeast corner of Mill Creek Road and County Road 308 in the Dumont area, addressed as 48 Mill Creek Road, 223 County Road 308, and 235 County Road 308 from commercial C2 and plan development to, wait, am I reading the wrong one?
No, you're right. Number 17.
To commercial warehouse manufacturing pursuant to section 20 of the Clear Creek County zoning regulations for Aaron Thompson of the Aperio Property Consultants LLC on behalf of Tony Olia of Mountain Storage Dumont LLC.
May I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
Sorry for my confusion.
I just have the same thing that, the Dumont people, take pride in their area and, I'm sure they'll be watching this and they want to make sure that, from my understanding, what I heard was the storage units are fine, but they're worried about what the CWM could provide, but I hope that we brought them some comfort that it's not just a free for all. There are a lot of guardrails that are being placed on this.
Thank you. All right. I've had a motion, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you all very much. Pleasure to come up and see you guys, and we appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you.
Else?
Thank you so much.
All right. Unless there's any last minute, that concludes our hearing, our EOCC meeting today, and we are